Assalamu alaikum everyone. You have just found the most comprehensive and helpful IELTS speaking preparation resource. This is the most detailed and useful IELTS preparation course on YouTube. It's actually going to provide you with real sample Band 8 and Band 9 answers, how exactly you need to structure your answers in the IELTS speaking section, and the secrets to crushing IELTS speaking. So IELTS speaking success is just a few minutes away. All you have to do is watch this video and be successful. So the IELTS speaking section is designed to assess your ability to speaking English and how comfortable you are in carrying on a discussion with the examiner. The IELTS speaking section has 3 different parts, and this discussion will last for about 15 minutes maximum. So within these 15 minutes, you need to know how exactly you should structure your essay and how exactly you should be responding to the examiner when he asks you a question. Just remember that this section is face to face, so the examiner will be sitting right with you, asking you questions. I know this sounds a bit intimidating, but if you just think of it as a casual, informal discussion, this is what it is. And remember, in the IELTS speaking section, you will be marked on natural spoken English and how comfortable you are in speaking natural spoken English. So what exactly is natural spoken English? Natural spoken English is also referred to as how native English speakers talk on a daily basis naturally. There's no reason why you need to use such formal, high vocabulary words. Rather, use words within the given context, so that way you are able to show the examiner you understand what he's trying to ask you. So the IELTS speaking section is divided in 3 different parts. In the first part, the examiner is going to ask you questions about yourself, your family, your living arrangements, what your hobbies are, what your daily routine looks like, maybe what you like to do on the weekends. So the questions could vary in the IELTS speaking part 1. And then after that, he will proceed to IELTS speaking part 2. In the IELTS speaking part 2 section, you will be required to speak for a full 2 minutes on a few questions that you will have to answer. But before he makes you speak for a full 2 minutes, you have to prepare your answer, and the examiner will give you 1 minute to prepare your answer. So in this 1 minute time, you need to make sure that you quickly write down or brainstorm ideas of how exactly you are going to introduce the topic, how exactly you are going to answer the topic, so that way you are able to speak for a full 2 minutes. So after part 2, the examiner will proceed to IELTS speaking part 3. In the IELTS speaking part 3 section, the examiner may ask you questions that vary from the same topic he just asked you in part 2 in part 3. It's like an addition to the same type of questions, but sometimes the questions may vary, so you need to be ready to answer these questions. And the biggest tip I can give for you for part 2 and part 3 is to answer each, and part 1 I should say, is to answer each question within 3 to 4 sentences. Do not ramble on and keep talking about an answer, because the examiner will stop you, and this does not look good. You will get a low band if you do this. So as you know, the IELTS speaking exam, the examiner actually uses some criterias when you do enter the exam room to ensure if you are able to score a higher band based on your English proficiency. So this is just what he assesses you on. And a lot of students actually don't even take a look at the band descriptors. And it's so essential that you actually understand what the examiner requires of you before you even start your practice. I would say is you should be taking a look at the band descriptors, what is expected of you, and how exactly you can reach these goals. So there are 4 different band descriptors the examiner actually grades you on. And I quickly wanted to go through each one. Sorry about that. I'm just getting my notes. So the first one I wanted to discuss is, the first one is lexical resource. So what is lexical resource? Lexical resource is all about the vocabulary words you use. It's based on the context you are discussing and your ability to just use different synonym words, different language. So the examiner actually gets an idea of your capability of speaking English. So how exactly could you improve your lexical resource or improve your vocabulary? There are certain ways. So the best ways are to expand your vocabulary, right? So you need to start reading widely, read different articles, read different communication posts, right? Different newspapers, so that way you are actually able to expand your vocabulary on different topics that the examiner may ask you. And also, another thing I wanted to mention is that when you actually learn different vocabulary words, it's so essential that you actually keep a journal with you where you are actually writing down the new words you use. Then I actually want you to look up the words in the dictionary and write the words in your own sentence, guys. Once you write the words in your own, there are multiple steps because this is the only way you will actually remember using these words on exam day. And once you write the words on in your notebook or in your journal, then I actually want you to make an effort to use these words in a conversation you are having with a friend, right? So if you are able to use the word or practice using the word in a conversation with a friend and ask your friend or whoever you're talking to, like, hey, did I use this word correctly? Or did I use it in the right context? Asking for feedback is super essential to knowing if you need to improve, if you have used the word correctly, and this is what's going to help you. Second is you need to make sure that you use the proper words if you want to get a high band in lexical resource, right? So use different synonym words, learn them, right? So if you don't know different synonym words for a particular phrase or use different phrases, this is what's going to help you. Next is fluency and coherence. So what is fluency and coherence? Fluency and coherence is pretty much how you are able to fluently and coherently discuss your ideas. So how you structure your answer, how exactly you are able to clearly give your answer, respond to the examiner, speaking in a clear manner. You're not redundant. This is what's going to help you. So the best way to improve your fluency and coherence is to practice speaking regularly, guys. If you are able to regularly practice speaking, maybe have different conversation partners, time yourself as well. Being able to time yourself will actually help you simulate a live exam, and that way you are able to see where you need improvement on. Do you need improvement on talking less, right? If you time yourself, then you know, okay, well, not only time yourself, I would say record yourself as well. When you record yourself, you actually listen to it and see if you are just being redundant in your answer, meaning are you just repeating yourself over and over again, saying the same thing? Or is your answer clear and to the point? And the third IELTS speaking band descriptor I wanted to talk about is pronunciation. Pronunciation is super essential in improving your pronunciation or mastering it. So because one of the IELTS speaking band descriptors are on pronunciation, one strategy I like to give to a lot of my students is that when the examiner is asking you a question, do not use a word you are not familiar or you are not comfortable, I should say, that you are not comfortable pronouncing, guys. This is going to affect your band score. You want to make sure that you use words that you are comfortable pronouncing, so that way the examiner could give you a high band. Remember that this is an informal discussion with you and the examiner, so you don't need to use big vocabulary words that you'll have a hard time pronouncing. Rather, use words you are comfortable pronouncing. And the best way to improve your pronunciation is by learning the phonetic alphabet, guys. Learning the phonetic alphabet is really going to help you learn how at certain times the letter A sounds, because the letter A, for example, in the English alphabet, A doesn't always sound the same. It could have different sounds at different times. So if you are able to learn word stress, sentence stress, the phonetic alphabet, this is what's going to help you really understand how to pronounce certain words, for example. And also the best way is, like I said, record your answers when you are actually practicing your pronunciation, and compare it to a native English speaker, so that way you know exactly how to pronounce words or if you need to improve on it. So hey, listen, if you need any help in improving pronunciation or fluency coherence or lexical resource or any of these band descriptors, then I highly recommend you take a look at our IELTS Speaking Band 7 in 7 days course. We actually swear by this course. It's helped hundreds of students succeed in their IELTS exam, getting a band 7, 8, or 9 only within 7 days of studying. So if you want quick results, you don't want to waste time on Google, on YouTube all day long, then I highly recommend this course. Is definitely for you. I will link the course in the description box below in case you are interested. Next, I wanted to talk about grammatical range and accuracy. So grammatical range and accuracy is actually the last band descriptor the IELTS speaking examiner will be grading you on. So this criteria is super important because the examiner is actually going to grade you on your ability to use different sentence structures, right? So you have to use complex sentences, compound sentences, simple sentences. So that way you are showing the examiner your ability to speak English comfortably. So the best way to improve on these different sentence structures is by practicing, right? So number one, for grammar, you have to practice different. You should learn the most important grammar rules that you need to know for IELTS speaking. I have linked down below an IELTS speaking grammar bootcamp, 7-day bootcamp for all the essential grammar rules you need to know. If you are interested, check the link below for that exact bootcamp. And back to sentence structures, this is really going to help you express your ideas clearly with precision, right? So this is what I recommend, is that you are actually you learn these different sentence structures. So I'll take questions at the end. So as I mentioned, really, let me put my laptop down. You really need to practice these different strategies or band descriptor requirements so you are able to get a high band, guys. Do not go into the exam without really knowing what is expected of you. That's why I wanted to start from the basics today and really help you improve in your pronunciation, even for the most smallest words. So in today's lesson, we are going to talk about words that end in S. So in the English language, there are actually certain words that when you turn them into the plural form, they have a different sound at the end of it, even though they all end in S. So let's take a look. Uh, how about I say the word snake, snake, and then when we turn it into the plural form, we say snakes, snakes, dog, dog, and in the plural form, it would be dogs, dogs, fox, fox, foxes, foxes. So as you see, all of these words have the same S at the end of it, but if you notice, there was a slight difference sound the S makes for each type of these words. And this is what I wanted you to really pay attention to when you are trying to speak English. So, did you notice any differences on how the sound is different at the end? I'm just curious if you've ever noticed this. Hi, Hashan. So great to meet you again. Thanks for joining us. Sorry, my camera's up here and my computer's down here, so I get confused sometimes. I hope you like today's live. It's a little different on pronunciation. So, like I said, S and ES at the end of words have three possible pronunciation sounds for the two endings on plural nouns, uh, third person singular verbs, contractions, and possessives. And I'm going to dive deep into these different ones, and we are going to do an activity together where you will be able to identify the difference of how they sound exactly. Make sure you stay tuned because it's a fun activity we're going to do together. So keep watching. So here's the thing. So the S and ES endings have three different sounds, and these could sound like S, Z, and is. So I want you to be able to identify three of these sounds. So let me say them again. They could sound like S, is, and Z sounds. So they're similar, but also completely different. And you want to make sure you are able to pronounce these S endings properly. So that way, this will help you get a higher band in IELTS speaking. So the best way to figure out which sound the ending of these words are is by identifying if they're voiceless or voiced sounds. And I'm going to help you really understand how to identify if these words are voiced or voiceless and how exactly to make it sound at the end. So here's a little activity I'd like you to do. So first of all, I'd like you to take your two fingers, and I'd like you to put them on your voice box. So first, we're going to go over some voiceless sounds that have the S sound at the end. So what I want you to do once again is put your two fingers on your voice box, and I'd like you to say the word ship, ship, ship. while you are saying that word, what I'd like you to do is try to think about it, or try to feel for a vibration throughout your voice box. So let's say it again, and I'd like you to feel your voice box. If you feel a vibration, ship, ship. If there's no vibration throughout your voice box, then I'd like you to add the S at the end, because we're trying to figure out, does the S sound like S at the end, is at the end, or Z at the end? So put your finger on your voice box and say ships, ships. So if you hear no vibration throughout your throat when you add the S at the end, then you know that you are going to make it sound like S at the end of ship, not Z, not is. You're not going to say ship is. You're not going to say ships, like ships. You're going to say ships, ships. So I want you to check out the next one. So put your finger on your voice box and say rock, rock, rock. I want you to ask yourself, do I hear a vibration in my throat when I say the word rock and I'm turning it into a plural form? Rock. So right now we're saying the singular form, which you feel no vibration through your throat. So now you are going to put an S at the end of rock and say rocks, 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 rocks. So when you say the word rocks, you ask yourself, do I hear a vibration throughout my throat when I put the S at the end? If you say no, you do not hear a vibration, then that means you are going to make the S of rocks sound like S, not rocks, not rock is. You're going to say rocks. So listen, the reason why I'm showing you this trick is because you don't need to memorize any grammar rules of when exactly you need to pronounce certain S's. This is the quickest way to find out. So if you don't want to memorize a bunch of grammar rules, a bunch of different situations of when you could, how you could use what S sound, this is the easiest way, which is why I'm showing you this method. Let's try another word. Desk, desk, desk. So when you say the word desk, I want to ask you, do you hear a vibration in your throat? Let me know in the chat box if anybody is actually doing this activity with me. Do you hear a vibration through your throat when you say the word desk, desk? I hear no vibration. So now I'm going to add the word desks, desks. Vibration means, let me show you the difference. Just for the sake of this video, I want you to say moves, move, move. When you say the word desk and move, you hear completely different things happening in your throat, or feel different things. So when you say the word desk, you feel no vibration throughout your throat. So now, how are we going to find out to say desks or desks or desks? Which one is correct? We're going to put our finger on our throat and say the word desks, desks. So as you see, because there's no vibration throughout our throat, when we add the S at the end and we say desks, then we know we are going to pronounce the plural form of desk as desks, not desks, not desks, desks. So how about this one, guys? Cup, cup, cup. Is there a vibration in your throat when you say the word cup, cup? I hear no vibration in my throat when I say the word cup. So it's likely that we're going to add an S at the end of the word to make it plural form and say cups, cups. There's no vibration. So anytime there's no vibration in our throat, then we know that the word is going to sound like a s at the end. So I want you to remember this when you are doing this activity. If you are not sure how to pronounce the word S in certain situations, I want you to ask yourself two questions. So when you put your finger on your throat, do I feel my voice box vibrating on the last sound of the word? And then if it's a no, I want you to move on and ask yourself, uh, uh, do, do I hear my voice box vibrating on the sound S? Because you put an S at the end. If you answer no to both questions, then you are going to add the sound at the end of it. So this is just a quick tactic for you to use in order to know how exactly to pronounce the S at the end of certain letters, guys. I wanted to move on and discuss the voiced sounds. So voiced sounds sound like z at the end of certain plural words. So we spoke about the s sound. Now we are moving on to the z sound. So I want you to put your two fingers on your voice box. And once again, we're going to say the word bag, bag, bag. So when you say this word, I want you to ask yourself, do I hear a lot of vibration throughout my throat when I'm saying the word bag? Bag. As you see, you feel some vibration throughout your throat. So that is a yes, I do feel vibration in my throat. Bags. So now let's turn the bag into plural form. So how do we know if it's going to be bags, bags, or bagges? We want to make sure we're pronouncing it correctly, right? So we're going to say bags, bags. As you see, it suits it. How about if we say bagges? Does that suit it? Not really, right? So you want to make sure this is the activity you use when you're trying to figure out the difference between the S's. And how about the second word? Car, car, car. You feel lots of things happening in your throat, in your voice box. Car, car, which is lots of vibration. And now we are going to flip it to the plural form. Cars, cars, cars or cars, cars. So look, the fastest way to know if uh if it sounds like s, z, or z at the end is by literally trying it, guys. It's best that when you are talking to a native English speaker, you try this pronunciation activity and then you ask them, hey, did I pronounce this plural form right or wrong? And how about this third? Frog, frog, frog. So as you see, there's lots of vibration happening throughout your throat. And the plural form of frog is going to be frogs, froggies, or frogs, frogs, frogs. So we know that the plural form of frogs is going to have the z sound at the end. And how about the fourth one? Pig, pig, pig. Lots of vibration happening in the throat. You're going to ask yourself, do I hear that vibration throughout my voice box? Yes, I do. So I guess the sound at the end of pig is going to be the z sound. So remember, guys, I made it simple for you. Remember that when there is lots of vibration happening in your throat, it's going to have the z sound at the end, not the s sound. So next, I'd like to talk about a few other words. He, so contraction words. He is going to turn into he's, right? The z sound. So third person singular words, she, lots of vibration happening throughout the throat is going to turn into she's, or she is. Which one makes the most sense, right? Lots of vibration happening in the throat, so we know we're going to pronounce it as she's with the z sound at the end. How about it? It, it, it's, it's. And lastly, how about Laura? Laura, possessive. We're going to flip it into the possessive form. Laura turns into Laura's. Laura's. Would it make sense to say Laura's? Laura's, or Laura's? Which one just comes out naturally throughout the flow of speech? That's the one you know is correct to say. I'd like to move on. So remember, the way you figure out if the sound is z is you ask yourself two questions. Do I feel my voice box vibrating on the last sound of the word? And when adding the z sound, do I feel my voice box vibrating on the sound? If you answer yes to both of these questions, then guess what? It's going to be the z sound at the end of it. Guys, these are just really quick ways of figuring out how to pronounce the z or is sound. And it's a great activity for you to do without having to memorize lots of different tips. And guys, remember, I teach these practical ways of pronunciation in my IELTS Speaking Band 7 in 7 days course. If you're interested in signing up, I am holding a free masterclass on November 14th. Make sure you check the description box. Let's continue in the lesson. So now I wanted to discuss the is sound. So at the end of certain words, you will hear the is sound at the end. Even though it's just an S sound, it makes the is sound. So let's see exactly, like dogs. So Shiva, great question. We actually spoke about the z sound. Now we are talking about the is sound at the end. So remember in the beginning, I mentioned a word. Was it horses? I mentioned. So horses, from horse to horses, is a different sound than dog to dogs. So there's cat to cats, dog to dogs, and horse to horses. So now we are on the is sound. So the is ending, it usually happens on plural nouns or third person singular verbs and is never stressed. So let's look at some sample words for this, such as miss turns into misses, close turns into closes, wash turns into washes. Let's see. Teach turns into teaches. So I want to play a little activity with you about the es ending. Let's say we want to turn the miss into Mrs. Would it be correct to say Mrs. Mrs. like a sound? Does it sound correct? No, most likely not, right? It just doesn't sound like natural, like it's not coming out properly. So you know that you would say Mrs. How about close? Would you say, would you pronounce it as close, or closes, closes? Or would you say closes? Closes. Wash. Would you say wash? Washes, like with just a z sound, or washes, or washes? Which one comes out more naturally? I'd like you to ask yourself that. When you're saying it, are you struggling saying it? Because if you're struggling, maybe you're pronouncing it wrong, right? And how about teach? Would it be correct to say teach? Teaches just directly. It doesn't suit it. It does not suit it properly. Or teaches, or would you say teaches? So, like I said, guys, throughout these type of activities, you do not need to memorize any grammar rules. And I think learning practical ways to remember these type of pronunciation techniques are so important, because this is how you remember to use them in your everyday English, right? So remember, the best way to remember how to sound the S at the end of certain words is to actually try it, right? Try it and ask it, the native English speaker that you are talking, if you're pronouncing it right or wrong. And even if you don't pronounce it right, they might look at you like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Do you mind explaining? So that way you are pronouncing it wrong. So, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. It was very practical. I just wanted to come on here and give you some practical insights on pronunciation, because it's super important to not just learn grammar rules, like I always say, but to use real life practical situations on how you could remember these certain rules that I'm teaching you. So the IELTS speaking section assesses your ability and how well you are able to speak natural spoken English. Let me say that again. It assesses your ability to speak natural spoken English. What does natural spoken English mean? So, natural spoken English means how native English speakers talk on a daily basis. So, in the IELTS speaking section, this is what you will be assessed on. You don't need to use such high vocabulary words, but you need to be able to speak in a very casual, informal manner, just the way English speakers speak on a daily basis. So in this video, I'm going to provide you with expert advice on how you could speak natural spoken English, so make sure you continue watching. So there are 3 different parts in the IELTS speaking section. In part 1, the examiner is just trying to get to know you, what exactly your living arrangements are, such as if you're living in a house or an apartment, how many bedrooms your house has, maybe, what's your family size, how many children you have, if you're married, single. He may even ask you a question like why you're taking the IELTS exam. You need to be prepared to answer these questions in full sentences, and you need to be able to use related vocabulary that is given within the context. He may even ask you what your favorite sport is in IELTS Speaking Part 1. So just make sure you speak in full sentences and you don't give answers that are more than 3 to 4 sentences. The maximum should be 4 sentences for each question that's asked in IELTS Speaking Part 1, so remember that. After IELTS Speaking Part 1, the examiner will proceed to IELTS Speaking Part 2. In IELTS Speaking Part 2, the examiner will give you a list of questions. These are called cue card questions, and he will give you 1 minute to prepare for your answer. So within that 1 minute, you need to make sure that you quickly jot down notes or brainstorm ideas of how exactly you are going to talk about this for a full 2 minutes. So while you are preparing your answer, remember to also prepare how you are going to introduce your topic to the examiner and how you are going to conclude your topic. So you're not just going to tell him, okay, I'm done. You need to have a clear transition between that last question you are talking about and your conclusion. Then after IELTS Speaking Part 2, you will be moved on to Part 3. In Part 3, the examiner will ask you a different variety of questions. This could relate to the same questions he asked you in Part 2, but sometimes it may not relate to questions that he asked you in Part 2. So in the IELTS Speaking Part 3 section, you need to be able to answer the questions once again in full sentences. Remember that Part 3 is kind of like an informal discussion. Don't use any slang and speak in full sentences. Don't just answer the question directly. Speak once again for 3 sentences, I'd say maximum, for each given question in IELTS Speaking Part 3. And guys, if you like this video so far, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Let's get right back into this video. So have a look at some IELTS speaking preparation tips on things you need to consider before exam day. The first thing you need to do is familiarize yourself with the different question types and how exactly the examiner will go from Part 1 to Part 2 to Part 3. So remember that you need to familiarize yourself with the question types you may be asked in each given question, and if you need some help or you are wondering what type of questions you will be asked in Part 1, 2, and 3, make sure you check out this playlist up above. I'll also put it down in the description box so you have it for the end of this video and you are able to go through the video to see some sample questions and answers. And one thing I want to mention is please do not try to memorize the answers for these sample questions and answers. Instead, just get an idea of how exactly or what format is used when answering a question to get a high band. And the second tip I have for you is that you should find ways to practice speaking English every single day. Whether you have a friend you could practice with, or maybe joining an online community, maybe a local Facebook community group where you are able to practice speaking English with somebody. This will help you improve your English drastically, meaning you will see very quick results. If you are able to practice at least for 20 minutes a day, you will see a big improvement in your English speaking skills. And if you want to know how exactly you should practice your English speaking skills for 20 minutes a day, check out the video in the description box down below, because I have a video in my description box of how you can improve your English by practicing for 20 minutes daily. And the third tip is, while you are practicing your English every day with a native English speaker, you need to make sure you are also developing your pronunciation, your vocabulary, and your fluency. Remember, one big part that you will be marked on in the IELTS speaking section is how correctly you are pronouncing words and how fluent you are pronouncing a word. The biggest tip I recommend for practicing your pronunciation skills is literally, if you don't know how to pronounce a word, go to dictionary.com, enter in the word, and then you will see a little speaker button where you are able to listen how exactly this word is pronounced.
Monsoon.
Then try to take the word and say it out loud, pronounce it out loud in a sentence. And another great way of practicing pronunciation is, once you know how to pronounce that word, take it and say it out loud in a sentence to yourself or maybe with a friend. That vocabulary word you just learned will be retained in your long-term memory, so you are able to use it on exam day. And guys, the fourth tip I have for you is to check out my videos on different IELTS speaking questions and answers I have answered. As I mentioned earlier, take a look at these to get a general idea of what type of answer you need to give to score a high band on your IELTS speaking exam. And while I'm on this topic on preparation tips, I want to give you some advice on how exactly you can stay calm on exam day, so that way you are not feeling nervous. It's so important that you feel confident in what you are saying on exam day, because believe me, if you feel a bit nervous or overwhelmed before the exam starts, the speaking section, you won't be able to respond to the examiner's answer. So guys, you need to stay calm. Remember that it's just an informal discussion between you and the examiner. You need to talk in natural spoken English. Don't try to use big vocabulary words you don't know how to pronounce. If you forget how to pronounce it, try to use another synonym word to cover it up, so that way you are able to get a high band, guys. This is so important in the IELTS speaking exam. Please do not use words you are not familiar with, because maybe you know how to pronounce it, but you're using the word in the wrong context. Like, it's so off topic that it's going to end up getting you a low band. So don't try to use words you're not familiar with, is what I'm trying to say. I will be giving you 7 IELTS speaking tips to sound like you are fluent in the English language. So the first tip I have for you is that you should not be giving one-word answers. Rather, you should speak in full sentences, such as if the examiner asks you, "What is your name?" do not respond with, "My name is Mike." Rather, respond with something like, "Many people call me Mike. However, my full name is Michael." This will help you score a high band because you are showing off your English speaking capabilities to the examiner. So the second tip I have for you is that you should avoid using the exact word the examiner asked you in the question. So for example, if the examiner asks you, "What country do you come from?" don't say, "I come from Brazil." Rather say, "Place of residence used to be Brazil, but now I am located in Canada." If you are able to do this, you are showing the examiner that you are able to use a different set of words to describe the answer. So here are some tips that you should remember for part 2 of the IELTS exam. Part 2 of the IELTS speaking exam, the examiner will be giving you a set of questions, and you will be required to prepare an answer for 1 minute to speak for a full 2 minutes. So during this time, you need to make sure that you are able to brainstorm certain sentences that you are going to discuss, and you need to make sure that you cover all the different questions the examiner will be marking you for. So tip 3 is you need to take advantage of the 1 minute the examiner is giving you to prepare your answers. So you need to keep in mind that there is a certain technique that I teach to help you score a high band in IELTS Speaking Part 2 by being able to brainstorm your ideas for all the questions the examiner is asking you. I have an exact detailed outline of how you can do this within the 1 minute mark. So if this is something you want to learn, then definitely check out my video up above. And this will help you use your 1 minute wisely in order to ensure that you are able to answer all the questions within the 2 minute mark. The fourth tip I have that relates to IELTS Speaking Part 2 section is during that 1 minute of preparation time, you need to think about how you are going to open your discussion and how you are going to conclude your discussion. These are 2 things that are important to note, so the examiner knows that you are done your discussion and you don't just say, "I'm done now," right? This is extremely important, and this is something I also help with in the video that I have linked above. And also, you need to remember that you need to speak for a full 2 minutes, guys, not 1.5 minutes, not 1 minute and 50 seconds, for a full 2 minutes. So the fifth tip I have for you today is that you should try to use vocabulary that's related to the topic. If you are able to use the proper vocabulary that relates to your topic, this will increase your band score because this is what the examiner is looking for throughout your answers. So try to use synonym language, try to use vocabulary that relates to the topic. So let's take a look at tip 6. The 6th tip I have for you is that you need to make sure you stay on topic. I know it's going to be so easy to kind of ramble on about something else, but you need to make sure you answer only the questions the examiner is asking you. So try to remember that when you are discussing, you only have 2 minutes, guys, which is a very short amount of time. One strategy I can leave you with here is that you should try to speak about 3 sentences for each particular question that the examiner is asking you. So if you aim for 3 to 4 sentences to talk about each question, then you will be able to finish at the 2-minute mark, and you won't be left hanging at the 1.5-minute mark. Rather, you will seem organized and prepared in all the different questions of the part 2 section. So guys, the part 3 section of the IELTS exam is pretty much an informal discussion between you and the examiner. It most likely will relate to the exact questions the examiner asked you in part 2. So let's take a look at some tips that I provide you for the part 3 section. So tip 7 is that you should think of the IELTS speaking part 3 section as an informal discussion. Now, I'm going to say informal discussion with caution. When I say informal discussion, it doesn't mean that you should be speaking in slang or, for example, you should give one-word answers. Still, you need to make sure that you speak in full sentences. You need to make sure that you are able to answer the question the examiner is asking you. When I say informal discussion, what I mean, the examiner will ask you one question, you give the answer, then the examiner will ask you another question. So these questions could vary between different topics. So for example, he might ask you, the questions might go from your hometown to maybe suddenly asking you about your culture. So they could relate or be within the same topic. So definitely keep that in mind. So before the IELTS speaking section starts, you will be waiting in the waiting area until the examiner calls out your name. I'm going to give you some sample answers so you get an idea of how you should introduce yourself. So when you enter the room, sometimes the examiner has a little chit chat with you, asking you why you're taking the IELTS exam, who you are. But sometimes he gets right into the questions and just starts recording the IELTS speaking test. A great indicator for you to know when the exact IELTS speaking test starts and when he's just having a chit chat with you is when he says this exam will be recorded. The first question he's going to ask you is, what is your name? My full name is Michael, but my friends call me Mike. So what should I call you? You can call me Mike. When he asks you, can I see your passport? You say, yes, sure, here you go. One tip I have for you is don't just silently hand him the passport. Try to respond to the question he is asking you. If you are able to do this, this is a perfect way to impress the examiner right from the beginning. Where are you from? Well, I'm from Ontario, which is a province located in Canada. Just remember that these questions will usually be asked in the IELTS speaking part 1 section. And remember that you don't need to use any high vocabulary words. Just try to speak in full sentences. And when I say to speak in full sentences, try to give a minimum of 2 to 3 sentences for each question asked. Where is your hometown? Well, my hometown is in Uzbekistan, but because I was born and raised in Canada, I consider Canada as my hometown. I'm going to cover some challenging IELTS speaking topics. So the first question about IELTS speaking topic work-related questions you may see are, what is your job? Well, to be honest, currently I'm working at the mall at a shoe store because I am currently a student. I'm studying to be a software developer and I'm hoping to finish within the next 2 years. Do you have to work with other coworkers in your job? Yes, since I work in the mall, I do have coworkers where I have to work with, but I also provide face-to-face service to a lot of customers. Do you think you will change to a different job in the future? As I mentioned, I'm currently in school to become a software developer. So I am hoping to change jobs into my passion once I am completed school. So now let's take a look at some IELTS speaking routine related topic and the answers for these given questions. Can you explain your daily routine to me? My daily routine includes dropping the kids off in the morning, coming back home, and starting work at 9 a.m. What time do you usually wake up? I usually wake up at 7 a.m. and I have to drop my kids off at 8 a.m. By the time I reach home, it's about 8:30 in the morning. Do you think it's important for people to have a daily routine? Yes, honestly, I think having a daily routine really helps people organize their time throughout the day, and they are able to know what tasks they need to complete. So guys, before I move on, if you like this video, then please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Also, make sure you turn on the notification bell because I put out videos every Friday and I want to ensure that you don't miss these videos. Last but not least, guys, check out my website at eslwords.com where I've written lots of different articles. Actually, a lot more information is provided on my website on the IELTS exam. Now let's take a look at some IELTS speaking topic study related questions and answers. What are you currently studying? I'm currently pursuing a Bachelor of Education from the University of Alabama, and I hope to complete my education within the next year. What profession will you go into after you complete your studies? I'm hoping to become a primary teacher after I complete my education, so that would be teaching grades 1 to grades 5. What is your favorite subject in school? My favorite subject that I'm currently taking is children's psychology. I love this course because it actually teaches me how children think and what exactly their thought process is. Here are some questions you may see that are related to art for the IELTS speaking section. Do you think it's necessary for children to have art class in school? I think offering children art class is a great way for them to learn about their creativity and also explore new colors, new ideas, which may help them learn a lot about themselves in the future. What kind of art pieces do you like? Truthfully, I love any type of art that has to do with the ocean or showing some sort of photo that relates to outdoors, just because I really get into the zone and I think it's just so beautiful. What type of things do you like to draw? To be honest, I'm not a good artist. The only thing I can draw is probably a car. Here are some IELTS speaking topics, family related questions you may get. Can you tell me how many are you in your immediate family? I come from a family of being the youngest while my sister is the oldest. So I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Who are you the closest to in your family? I would say I'm closest to my sisters, especially the one who is 1 year older than me. Why do you think it's important for family members to spend time together? Truthfully, I think this is very important because it teaches you about your family members, and spending time with them is so sacred because life is too short. Many students often want to sound like a native English speaker when they are answering their IELTS Speaking Part 1 questions, which is a great habit to have, but it's very important that you don't memorize your answers because you want to show the examiner you're confident in what you're saying and that your answers are coming out naturally more than you just memorizing an answer online. So the first tip on how to sound like you are fluent in the English language while answering your IELTS Speaking Part 1 questions is that you need to make sure you stay on topic, guys. Staying on topic is so important, and it's so easy that when the examiner asks you a question, you give him an answer that doesn't relate to the topic at all. So you need to make sure you stay on topic. You give not really short answers, but at least a 2-sentence answer for each question he asks you. In IELTS Speaking Part 1, you need to flaunt your English speaking skills. You need to show it off, and I will teach you how you can show off your English speaking skills in this video. So the second tip I have for you is avoid using filler words. Avoid using filler words such as like, things like this. Instead, use words like, that's a good question. Oh, that's an interesting question. Let me think about that. Even if you need to think about it, say, let me think about that. Don't say, like, because these are not good words to use in IELTS Speaking Part 1. Show off your English speaking skills by giving a good answer, even if you need to think about it for a minute. That's a good question. Let me think about it. And take a second or two to think about an answer. And the third tip I have for you for answering your IELTS Speaking Part 1 questions is try to answer with 2 to 3 sentences maximum. So even if the examiner asks you, what is your name? You don't say, my name is Sarah. Try to give them a nickname that your friends call you. My actual name is Sarah. However, I go by Sarah with all my friends, for example. If you are able to do this, the examiner gets an idea of your comfort level of speaking English, and he gets an idea of how you connect sentences together. So the fourth tip I have for you is that when you are discussing your IELTS Speaking Part 1 questions, is try to use vocabulary that's related to the context. So if you are talking about, if the examiner is talking about something like, what do you like to do for fun? You could say, during my leisure time, I like to so-and-so. Using these proper terms and clarifying what you are trying to say by using related vocabulary words will help the examiner get an idea of what you are trying to say in your answer. So guys, before I continue, if you like this video, then please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my YouTube channel, because I put out content every Friday and I work really hard on these videos to help you score a high band in your IELTS exam. So the fifth tip I have is, just like I mentioned, do not memorize answers. The examiner is very sharp. He has an idea that you picked up an answer that you read online and you memorized it. So instead, work on the answer coming out as natural as possible so the examiner gets an idea of your comfort level of being able to carry on a conversation. So the sixth tip I have for you is, do not repeat yourself over and over again just for the sake of filling in that time. Instead, if you are done answering a question, just stay quiet. There's no need to continue on and ramble on because you are nervous. Try to give 3 sentences max, and if you cannot get to the answer, then just stay quiet. And the seventh tip I have for you to be able to show off your English speaking skills is to try to use idioms. Try not to use slang, but try to use idioms so you are able to show the examiner your comfort level of speaking English, and that you are able to pull out certain idioms that relate to the given topic to the examiner. So now let's take a look at some IELTS Speaking Part 1 questions and answers. So the first topic we are going to look at is questions related to hobbies. In case you are wondering what a hobby is, hobbies are usually things of interest people enjoy doing, such as maybe playing a sport, or maybe reading is their hobby, or writing in their journal is a hobby. So you may be given some questions that relate to hobbies, and these are the sample questions you may see in IELTS Speaking Part 1. What are some hobbies that are popular in your hometown? Truthfully, many people in my hometown, Turkey, really enjoy hiking. They really like hiking as an activity because we have lots of scenic trails that lead to lots of different lakes and mountainous views. The second question is, why do you think it's important for people to have hobbies? Honestly, I really think it's important for people to have hobbies is because they not only learn about themselves, but it distracts them and keeps them busy on what they love doing most. Another question that you may see about hobbies is, what is a hobby you have? One thing I really enjoy doing is exercising. Exercising really helps me relieve stress in the gym and helps me with my thoughts throughout the day. Do you and your family enjoy the same hobby? My family and I share different interests. However, one hobby my husband and I both enjoy doing is exercising. He loves playing sports such as soccer and volleyball, but I love going to the gym and running on the treadmill. Now let's take a look at some science-related questions you may see in IELTS Speaking Part 1. What science courses did you have to take in high school? Biology was one course I had to take in high school. Honestly, I found it to be a very interesting course because it was about the human body and how each part of our body functions. Did you enjoy taking science classes in school? To be honest, when I was younger, I found science classes to be so boring throughout high school. But now that I'm older, I find the anatomy of the human body to be so fascinating and so interesting. I really love learning about it. What is one interesting thing you learned in your science class? The most mind-boggling thing I've learned in my science class is that our human bodies make 25 million cells every second. Trying to process that is just something that's outstanding. Do you think the education system should offer science classes in primary school? I think offering primary age kids science classes throughout that age is great, especially if they are given some experiments, because it helps them learn the information a lot better than just theory-based information. So I definitely think science classes are beneficial for them. Now let's have a look at some music-related questions you may see in the IELTS Speaking Part 1 section. Do you like listening to music? Why or why not? Honestly, I love listening to music while I'm exercising more than any other time of the day because it helps cut my exercising time short and helps me get into the zone of what I'm doing. What kind of music do you enjoy listening to? To be honest, I prefer all types of music and genres. However, usually I like to listen to upbeat and fast-paced music. But there are days where I like to listen to slow-paced music just because it goes with my mood. Did you like a different type of music when you were younger? This question actually made me chuckle because my kids always complain and hate when I listen to slow-paced music because they find it boring. Therefore, I think that the older generation has a different taste in music than the younger generation. So here are some IELTS Speaking Part 1 questions you may see that relate to food. To be honest, my favorite type of cuisine has to be Afghani food. The reason why is because I love the aroma they have in their rice mixed with carrots and raisins, and it comes out to be so delicious. Do you prefer to eat at home or get takeout? In my opinion, nothing beats home food because it's always so fresh. But if there's nothing to eat at home, I always choose healthy options when I get takeout. Do you prefer breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Honestly, my favorite meal of the day is breakfast. I look forward to my boiled eggs every morning with my delicious freshly brewed coffee. Yum, yum. What is the last meal you cooked? Yesterday, I made a very delicious chicken in the oven with baked potatoes and a side of rice. My family devoured the meal because they really enjoyed it. Now let's take a look at some questions related to clothes in IELTS Speaking Part 1. Do you have a favorite piece of clothing? To be honest, my favorite piece of clothing always has to be comfortable because my comfort comes first before fashion. And I would say my favorite piece of clothing is a tracksuit I purchased recently. What are the traditional clothes in your country? In Uzbekistan, women usually wear a one-piece patterned outfit that ranges from different colors. When do people have to wear uniforms in your country? Most individuals who attend private school or work at a particular company usually have to wear uniforms to identify themselves to be part of the organization. What store do you usually buy your clothes from? To be honest, I don't really have a preference in a particular store. As long as I find something of good quality and is at a good price, I will purchase it. Here are some weather-related IELTS Speaking Part 1 questions you may see. How is the weather in your hometown? Do you like it? That's a good question. To be honest, winters are very cold and long in Canada, so I don't prefer the weather during the winter months. However, summers are very enjoyable and nice, so I would say I really enjoy the summer months in Canada. Do you have a preference between dry or hot weather? As I mentioned earlier, we get lots of wet weather in Canada, which is cold. So to be honest, I really enjoy dry weather. Many students have reported being asked questions related to winter activities and questions that relate to winter in general. So stay tuned in this video because I'm going to show you some winter activities that you can discuss on your IELTS speaking section. Let's have a look. So the first question the examiner may ask you is about snow. If you like snow, if you find winter to be a nice season, and there are so many different things you could say about snow, such as, I love the winter season because snow brings such a tranquil, a comfortable feeling when it does snow. Or you can even use words such as, I love to sit in igloos and drink a nice hot cup of tea or hot chocolate. This is a fake igloo here, but at least you get an idea of how igloos look. The examiner might ask you what type of activities you like to do on your free time in the winter season. I love taking my kids to do some winter activities such as having snowball fights, or maybe even playing in the snow and making snowmen. And you could say that I enjoy skating, such as what these people are doing. Some vocabulary words you can use when being asked about skating is helmet. You could say that your child may wear a helmet while they are skating. Or you can mention skates, which are the type of shoes they wear when they are skating. Or you could say, I like to take my child skating, and they use a walker to get around because they're not too familiar with skating. So these are some certain vocabulary words you can actually use when you are being asked about winter activities on your exam. And you could even mention certain things that people do on the ice, such as gliding. Gliding is a term used when somebody is trying to skate, they are gliding through the ice. Another term you could use is when somebody is actually trying to back skate, which is when they are trying to make a trick and go around. Or you could even mention the clothing that is required for skating. For example, when you come skating, you know that it's going to be cold weather. You decide to go skating indoors or outdoors, most likely you will be required to wear gloves, maybe a hat or a helmet. As I mentioned, you will be required to wear thicker socks, or maybe you would want to wear snow pants so that if you do happen to fall, you don't actually get wet on the ice. So these are certain vocabulary words you can use when you are actually skating on ice. And guys, remember that if you happen to get a question on winter activities, These are great sentences you could use to get a high band. Also, you can talk about what you enjoy about winter. You could say things like, I love sipping on a nice cup of tea on a winter day because it gives me so much relaxation and comfort. Or you could say something like, I love to eat a bowl of chicken noodle soup on a winter day because it's just so delicious on a cold day. It's always good if you are able to relate to things people enjoy on a winter day, so you are able to show the examiner your comfort level of speaking English, guys. This is so important because these are things people actually do on a winter day. And you know, when you are being asked a question about winter, there are so many different activities you can talk about. There's not only skating involved as a winter activity. You can say something like, I love to go sledding or tobogganing in winter, or I love to take my kids sledding or tobogganing during winter because they enjoy the speed of the hills when they are sliding down the hill. Let's say you're somebody who dislikes winter and dislikes winter activities. You can tell the examiner that honestly, winter isn't really a season that I really enjoy. I find it to be so cold, and I think winter activities such as skating are so difficult to do just because of the fact that skates are very heavy on the feet and is a very difficult sport to learn. Or you can say something like, actually winter season is quite rough because the roads are very slippery and it's very hard to see when it snows while driving. So to be honest, winter is not really a season I enjoy, and I really don't like winter activities such as skating, sledding, or even hockey. If you like this video today, then please give it a thumbs up.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? I hope everybody is doing well. Um, the whole point of today's call is to talk about some social media questions that have been asked to lots of students recently on the IELTS Speaking Part 1 section in particular. So I know most of us use social media on a daily basis. We use social media. Most of us could even have it signed on right on our phone. I think most of us are mobile users these days more than sitting on a laptop or desktop. And so I wanted to talk about some social media questions that have been asked to our students. And I know some people, for example, my husband, he's not on social media. And some people prefer not to have social media accounts. So, in that aspect, when questions are asked to you and you don't have a social media account, remember that there's so many different ways to answer these questions. So I'm going to help you answer these questions both with if you have a social media account and you use it on a daily basis, or you don't have a social media account and you don't want to respond with something as simple as I can't refer to these questions because I don't have a social media account. So this is something we're going to discuss today, and it's so important to know how to answer in both ways in the IELTS speaking section, because there are topics you may get that you cannot relate to, but you need to figure out how to respond to the answer in such a way where you come up with an idea to help you get a high band. So the first question we're going to answer, or we're going to talk about, is, do you like social media? So let me know, do you like social media? Are you somebody who uses social media on a daily basis or maybe a weekly basis? So how exactly would a person answer a question like, do you like social media? So the best way to answer a question like, do you like social media? And I'll just write it out in the chat box just so if someone is watching this afterwards, you have the question that I'm discussing the answer for. So, do you like social media? I would say something like, honestly, I think such platforms like Facebook and Instagram are a great way to keep in touch with love long lost friends as well as long distance cousins. So I would say I enjoy social media. So if you see, I did not even use the word social media in the first sentence. Rather, I said platforms, online platforms such as Facebook and Instagram. So I refer to certain platforms rather than just calling it social media. And this is something that you need to keep in mind when you are answering your questions for the IELTS speaking section, just because it's so important that you are able to use synonym language in your answers because this is what the examiner is looking for. You need to be able to impress him with your English speaking skills. And how would you answer such a question if you are somebody who doesn't use social media? You could be honest. You don't have to pretend like you use it. You could say something like, on honestly, platforms, any type of online platform that has a community does not interest me because I feel like it consumes too much of my time. So, this is a type of answer you could give to impress the examiner. You are letting him know that you don't use social media because you find it takes up too much of your time. It's too time consuming, and you prefer to do something else with your time. So remember, you could give a great answer and still say you don't use such a platform. So the second question I wanted to talk about is, do you feel like you or your friends use too much social media? And I'm just going to put the answer in the chat box so you have it. So, do you feel like you and your friends use too much social media? And the best way to answer such a question is it, let's say the examiner first asked you, do you like social media? You already said you don't use it. So now he's asking you a second question about social media. So you can say something like, as I mentioned earlier, I don't prefer to use social media, but I feel like every time we're out or I'm out hanging out with my friends, they're always checking their phones to see the latest updates on social media. So you can use such an answer to show the examiner that, yes, as I mentioned earlier, I don't use social media, but I find that my friends consistently or constantly use social media to check the most up to date information. And another way you can say you don't, and the other way you can say if you don't use social media, well, the first question was about not using social media. Let's say you do use social media now. You could say something like, yes, actually, I find myself wasting a lot of time on social media, and I tend to forget how precious my time is and how much I should be using it wisely. So if you see, I explained that yes, I am someone who does use social media, in fact, and I am admitting to the fact that I spend a lot of time on social media when I could be doing something better with my time. So these are great ways to answer such a question on social media, whether it be you don't use social media or you do use social media. And the third question I wanted to talk about is, what is the most popular social media platform in your country? Why? So let's say you are someone who recognizes what platforms are popular, because not everyone is familiar with these platforms. So let's say you are familiar with these platforms and you want to respond with a positive answer. You could say something like, I find that every platform is popular for different age groups. So, for example, I find that the younger generation likes TikTok, while the older generation prefers Facebook. So, answering with a question like this will definitely score you a high band, because not only are you responding to the answer, but you're also telling the examiner which generations or which age groups prefer which social media platform. And let's say you're somebody who's not familiar with these platforms. I know a lot of generations who don't really have any interest in these platforms. How can you answer such a question? So you would say something along the lines of, to be honest, social media is not really my cup of tea. It's not something I follow or prefer. And I know there's so many different platforms out there. So I'm not sure which platform is popular in my country. See, that way you are explaining to the examiner that you are not somebody who follows these trends for these different platforms, but you are explaining that you're not familiar with these platforms, nor do you know which ones are popular. So you're not just giving a one word answer, is my whole point of explaining this. Like, to be like saying, I'm not sure which platform is popular in my country, but you're giving an answer in full sentences. And then the last question I wanted to discuss is, would you like to would you prefer to work for a social media company? So I know some people know the perks of working at Facebook, Twitter, Google, these type of social media companies, and a lot of people would love to work there. So if the examiner asks you a question like this one, you could respond with however you feel about it. So let's say that you want to work for one of these social media companies. You could say something like, well, to be honest, you could say something like, well, to be honest, working at a social media company would be really fun and exciting, because I know that they always have really nice modern offices to work out of. So I would definitely like to work for Facebook. That is if you would be interested in working for a social media company. And on the other hand, if you have no interest to work for a social media company, maybe you have a different desire, you could say something like, working for social media platforms is not something I find really interesting. So I would say that I wouldn't really prefer to work for a social media company. So if you are able to answer your questions like this and explain to the examiner, whether it be a positive question, like you're going for the question or you're going against it, make sure you speak in full sentences. Make sure you are able to answer the question using related vocabulary within the given context. Make sure you are able to speak in the most natural spoken what I'm trying to say is, you need to be able to speak in natural spoken English, because this is what the IELTS speaking exam is all about. You need to be able to speak like a native English speaker. And this is the only way you are able to do this.
Have a look at these questions that relate to plans. Plans are usually when you want to do something, so you are going to go ahead and tell yourself, this is something I am going to achieve whether it's for today, tomorrow, such as having a plan to go to the gym or having a plan to take your son for soccer maybe.
Do you usually make plans every day?
Yes, to be honest, I really think having a routine is so important because you are able to accomplish certain tasks throughout the day or certain tasks throughout the month, and you are able to achieve what you are working towards.
Can you tell me about a latest plan you made recently?
Yes, the latest plan I have made is I booked a ticket to Turkey sometime in April to go see my mother in Istanbul. So that is a big plan I am looking forward to. So have a look at some questions related to scenery that you may be asked in IELTS Speaking Part 1. Scenery is pretty much anything of nature within a certain area. So maybe you may be asked questions about the scenery in your hometown or your current town that you are living in.
Does your hometown have any beautiful scenery?
Yes, actually, Vancouver is a very beautiful city. Vancouver has so many beautiful mountainous views, and it's a must-see place. I highly recommend you to go visit Vancouver because the views are breathtaking.
When you stay at a hotel, do you usually stay at one with scenic views?
Yes, to be honest, when I stay in a hotel, especially all-inclusive resorts, I always make sure I have a beautiful view out of my balcony, especially an ocean view, because that breeze of the ocean is just so refreshing every morning.
And are you someone who tells good jokes?
To be honest, I'm not someone who tells good jokes, but honestly, I have a sister who plays the best pranks on people.
How about your friends? Do they tell good jokes?
Oh yeah, my friends are comedians. They are so good at pranking people and telling funny jokes. They always make me laugh. I'm going to cover some barbecue related questions you may see or you may be asked in IELTS Speaking Part 1, and I will give you some natural spoken vocabulary you can use that relates to barbecuing and barbecue season, so make sure you continue watching. So let's say the examiner asks you a question like,
what types of food do you like to eat for barbecue?
I actually love grilling a piece of salmon on a barbecue, especially until the salmon is seared because it gives it a nice smoky flavor. So the vocabulary word seared actually means when you cook something to a certain extent that the juices are still remaining. So pretty much the meat is not dried out. So you can use the word sear in many of the different meats that we cook on a barbecue, and try to use the word seared in a sentence down below in the comments so I can let you know if you are using it in the right context or the wrong context. You can also say something like, I love to grill my vegetables on the barbecue, such as zucchini, red peppers, and onion, because it gives it such a delicious flavor. So you use the word grill, which means the method you use when you do barbecue something on the barbecue top. You can also use a sentence like, I love to marinate my chicken overnight with onion juice, salt, pepper, paprika, onion powder, and garlic powder. So that way you are using a vocabulary word such as marinate, which is the process to season your meats. That refers to marination. And if you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you are notified when I put out videos on this channel.
So do you remember having lots of barbecues as a child?
During my youth, my parents would love to go barbecuing every weekend. So all I remember is lots of memories of my siblings and I going swimming and coming back to a nice, delicious meal. But I do remember once my father burning the hot dogs, but all the other times he made delicious food.
So can you tell me, do people in your country go barbecuing often? Do they like it?
That's a great question. Actually, summers in Canada are quite short, so people really enjoy barbecue season for the little bit of summer we have. The parks are buzzing like bees, and so many people end up in the parks that you have to go early in the morning to secure a barbecue spot. So questions about your hometown may be asked in all three parts of the IELTS speaking exam. So I will provide you with sample questions and answers. So before we continue, as I mentioned, there are three different parts in the IELTS speaking exam. So in the first part, the examiner may just ask you basic questions about your hometown. In part two, the examiner may ask you about your hometown, and you will be required to speak for a full 2 minutes about your hometown. And then part three, he may ask you one question about your hometown, and then once you answer, he may ask you another question. But don't worry, I will get into details for each single part so you have a better understanding of what to expect. So let's talk about the type of questions you may see in part one. In part one, you may see a question such as, where is your hometown located? So the way I would answer this question is say, I come from a beautiful city that is located in the northeastern part of Uzbekistan, which is close to the borders of Kazakhstan. My beautiful country is located in Central Asia. So guys, it's extremely important that when you are answering any questions related to your hometown in part one, you do not just give one-word answers. You should make sure you speak in full sentences, because this is what the examiner is actually looking for, and try to emphasize on your sentences explaining where you come from. Number two, what is the name of the town where you come from? So I would answer with, the hustle and bustle and beautiful scenic parks throughout the streets of Tashkent make me proud to say I am originally from there. Tashkent is the city where I come from. So if you noticed, I used the word hustle and bustle. Hustle and bustle often refers to somewhere that's very busy, that's extremely busy, the streets are filled with people and cars. So one thing to know about the IELTS speaking exam is try to use words like hustle and bustle, because this will show your confidence in speaking English during the IELTS speaking questions. So let's look at the third question. How long have you been living in your hometown? I was born and raised in Tashkent. I lived in Tashkent for 35 years and came to Canada 2 years ago. Let's take a look at another question you may get. Describe your hometown. What is it like? Tashkent has a lot to offer and is the capital of Uzbekistan. First, the beautiful historic architecture of old monuments from the 17th century is stunning to see. The beauty of Uzbekistan is that it is known as one of the main routes that tradesmen would pass through on the Silk Roads. The magnificent palaces and greenery are something that everyone loves about Tashkent. So as you can see, I used some high vocabulary words throughout my answer. So the first vocabulary word I used is historic monuments. Historic monuments means old ancient buildings or something that has been existing for a very long time, such as architecture, a building. And next, I use the word magnificent palaces. So what exactly does magnificent palaces mean? This means that there are structures that are the king's palace or the queen's palace. These are known to be magnificent. So guys, let's take a look at another question you may get. Is your hometown big or small? The size of Tashkent in kilometers is no more than 400 kilometers, with Kazakhstan being on the west side and Kyrgyzstan being on the east side. So as you guys see, I emphasized by mentioning the nearby countries. So let's look at another question. What do you enjoy most about the town where you come from? The generosity and hospitality of the Uzbek people are something that can't be compared. Even if you ask a stranger in Uzbekistan for any sort of help, they are ready to help you like they are a family member. This is something I really appreciate most. And here is another question. What is one thing you find challenging in your hometown? One thing I found very challenging when living in Uzbekistan before I left in 2015 was its unstable internet. Although this may not be a big deal for some people, it made it hard for me to attend my classes throughout my university life. Here's another question. What has changed about your hometown since you last lived there? As I mentioned earlier, I struggled with the internet connection being stable when I left Tashkent. However, my sister who currently lives there told me there are many new internet providers who offer a better connection. If you can make any changes to your hometown, what would it be? One adjustment I would like to see is that Tashkent advertises itself to more tourism. The country recently made that change. However, it should be advertised more so everybody can know about and see the beautiful country. Now let's take a look at the type of questions you may see in IELTS Speaking Part 2. As I mentioned earlier, IELTS Speaking Part 2, the examiner will give you a question about your hometown possibly, and then you will be required to talk about this for a full 2 minutes. Right before you talk, the examiner will give you 1 minute to prepare your answer. If you are not sure how to prepare your answer or how to brainstorm ideas to talk about in that full 2 minutes, then check out my video that I've linked right above, and this will guide you on how to brainstorm and use your 1 minute wisely. So let's take a look at the first question. The first question says, describe the town where you are originally from. You should say, what languages do people speak, one thing you like about your hometown, and one thing you dislike about your hometown. So I am going to put on a 2-minute timer, and let's see if I can speak for a full 2 minutes to ensure that I can cover all the parts of the requirements for IELTS Speaking Part 2. The beauty of my beloved country, Uzbekistan, has so much to offer to everyone. I am originally from the capital, known as Tashkent. There are many historic monuments in Tashkent, making it extra special that these structures are still standing from the 17th century. That being said, there is a wide range of languages spoken in Uzbekistan. Because of the Russian influence in the country, many Uzbeks speak the Russian language and other Turkic dialects. However, the main spoken language of Tashkent is Uzbek. One thing I really admire about Tashkent is its metro system. With the trains being known as one of the fastest of the world, each train station has so much architecture to offer. Each station was built with different historic artifacts to learn more about the different parts of Central Asia. That being said, there are not that many cons I can think of about Uzbekistan or Tashkent. But one thing we struggled with was the inconsistency of the electricity. There were many times we would have power outages throughout the day, which made it challenging to plan the day to cook or clean because I never knew when the electricity would be out. To wrap up, the history and people of Tashkent will always hold a special place in my heart, especially because they are very generous and hospitable. So guys, as you see, I actually spoke for a full 2 minutes. This is extremely important in IELTS Speaking Part 2. And as I mentioned, if you are not sure how you can do this, I give you a step-by-step guide of how you can brainstorm ideas in the video listed above. And also, just before I move on, the IELTS Speaking Part 2, if you are able to say 4 full sentences for each point, that way you know that you can speak for a full 2 minutes and get marks taken off simply because you couldn't follow instructions. So IELTS Speaking Part 3 is more of an informal discussion between you and the examiner. And in this part, the examiner will be asking you one question at a time. These questions could get scattered between, let's say, questions about your hometown and then suddenly something about your culture. So you just need to be prepared and listen well, but you should only aim to speak for maybe 2 sentences for each question that the examiner is asking you. So let's get right into IELTS Speaking Part 3 and what type of questions you may see. What are some improvements that can be made in your hometown? The many construction sites and road closures create lots of traffic in Tashkent, making it difficult for us to get around the city. Number 2, why do you think people want to stay in their hometown? Many locals in Tashkent don't plan to leave Uzbekistan because of the low cost of living and because of the comfort they have in their own country. Personally, I think people don't want to leave their hometown for other countries because of the same reasons. So let's take a look at another question. What is one thing most people like about your hometown? Most people love the food of Uzbekistan. Not only is it cheap, but it's extremely delicious. Everyone knows about the fresh bread they can get for a few cents and the mouth-watering traditional beef and rice dish called palau. So here's another question. What are the advantages of knowing more than one language? There have been many studies done and research shows that people who are bilingual often have an added advantage throughout their academics, making it easy to solve problems in their lives. Do you think it's beneficial to grow up in a small town? I think growing up in a small town has many pros, especially because you know everyone and it's a tight-knit community. Everyone is able to look over your shoulder and help you in times of need. So what does tight-knit community mean? It describes a community that is very close to one another. So everybody within the community knows each other, helps each other out, and the neighborhood is quite small. And next, as you see, I use the word look over your shoulder. Look over your shoulder pretty much means somebody who is always aware of your surroundings and help you out when you are in danger or if something bad is about to happen to you or your belongings, they are always there to help you. Why do you think people move to rural areas? So before we begin, let's describe what exactly is a rural area. A rural area is a place where there's not that many homes, so you don't live in a neighborhood full of houses. Rather, the houses are far apart from one another. Many people prefer to live away from city life mainly because of the traffic and the lesser population of people in rural areas. Growing up, it used to take my dad 40 minutes to drive me to school every morning in Tashkent because of the rush hour. So let's talk about what rush hour means. As you could see here in the picture, rush hour means when a place is very busy, and usually rush hour only happens at a particular time of the day. So when native English speakers use the word rush hour, that usually means in the morning before people are going to school or work, and afterwards when they are coming home from school or work. So that's the term we use during these times of the day. And this is an idiom you can use to show the examiner that you are confident in your speech when you are giving your answers. Let's look at the next question. What factors do people consider before moving to a different town? There are many aspects to consider before relocating. Some of these include availability of jobs in the town and maybe a special educational institute someone may prefer for their kids. So as you see in my answer, I gave 2 reasons of why someone may move to a different town. So let's take a look at the last question for today. What is one big festival that happens in your country? Every year, Uzbekistan holds one of the largest events in the country called Baisun Bahari. The festival brings together thousands of attendees that enjoy traditional Uzbek food, lots of dance performances, and professional matches. One thing I love about this event is that the location of the scenic views of being surrounded by mountains make it more enjoyable. So I want to talk about some descriptive words you can use when you are describing your hometown to the examiner. Let's get right into this video. So some descriptive words you could use is when you are describing what types of architecture are all around your hometown. When looking at this view here, I can say something like, my hometown includes lots of high-rise buildings that are beautiful in architecture, and there are many people who live in condominiums in my hometown. Or you can even say something like, in my hometown, we actually have a clock tower that everybody could see within the city. This is great. You can actually see the time from a distance. So remember that when you are describing your hometown, whether you are being asked questions about describing the scenic views, there are so many different vocabulary words you could use to describe infrastructure such as this one, where you can say there are so many beautiful buildings that have been designed with such beautiful infrastructure in my hometown. You can also mention things like, my hometown actually offers a lot of children's activities such as skating, activities for the kids, maybe a place to ride their bike, or to rollerblades. There are many different libraries within my hometown that I love taking my kids to, so they are able to enjoy the activities for families, which is great because families are always looking to keep their children occupied, and lots of families love to live in this city. So remember that when you are describing your hometown, maybe what you like about your hometown in general is maybe the transportation system. You can discuss things like, I really enjoy living in my hometown because I work downtown and I find the transportation system to be so convenient for me when I just need to hop on the subway and get to my work. These are all great words you can use, guys. And remember that when you are in fact describing your transportation system, you could use so many different methods of transportation when you are discussing, such as maybe bus as a form of transportation, or maybe you take the train as a form of transportation. Another thing you could mention is how easily accessible everything is within your hometown. So something you can say is, honestly, I love living in this city because I find that everything is walking distance between my home and whatever I need to get to. I live right by the mall, which is very convenient, and right by the grocery store. So literally, I don't even need a car because everything is within walking premises from my home. So when you're talking about walking premises literally means you don't need a car or bus to get to where you want to go. It literally means that you are able to step out of your house and walk to the destination because it's so close. So guys, remember these vocabulary words when you are actually responding to the examiner about your hometown. This is so important to get a high band. So the next question that you may get is there reliable public transportation in your hometown? You could say something like, I remember taking the bus every morning to reach my high school. It only took me 10 minutes because the transportation system is very fast and dependable. So if you see, I try to use, once again, no words from the question. And this is something that I keep saying, but you definitely need to keep it in mind. Because although the question seems easy to answer, the examiner is looking for a lot more for your answer, such as more sentences, more explanation, and everything along these lines. We are going to talk about 15 fantastic and really useful idioms that you can use when describing your hometown to the examiner for the IELTS speaking section. So let me just open up. So the first idiom I wanted to discuss with you is if the examiner asks you a question like, what do you like most about your hometown? Which is probably one of the most common questions. You could say something like, my hometown is like a mixing pot of cultures where people from different places and backgrounds live together, um, sharing their unique traditions and ways of life. So, what exactly does mixing pot of cultures mean? When somebody says a mixing pot or melting pot of cultures, this literally means that the town is home to people from various cultural backgrounds, and that particular neighborhood actually has a very diverse and multicultural environment. So the second idiom I wanted to discuss is, you may use it for a question like, can you describe your hometown? You could say something like this: people often remember my hometown as being quite friendly. It's a close knit community where everyone knows each other. So, when you are referring to close knit community, that literally means that it's a community where people have very strong relationships and they are like family more than just neighbors. So I want you to try to use these type of idioms when you are describing your hometown to the examiner, just because this would actually impress the examiner, because you are able to speak a higher level of English, because native English speakers do speak natural spoken English with idioms on a daily basis. So let's get to the next one. The next idiom I wanted to discuss is hidden gems with picturesque landscapes. So, pretty much, if the examiner asks you a question like, what is the sense of community like in your hometown? You could respond with something like, the town is actually a hidden gem with picturesque landscapes. My hometown is a true hidden gem that offers a breathtaking mountainous views. So as you see here, picturesque landscape shows you exactly what the picture shows: very beautiful landscape where you think you're looking at a photo instead of an actual area. That's so beautiful, guys. And remember, these are the exact ways native English speakers talk. So I want you to really practice these type of idioms when you are practicing for your IELTS speaking, guys. I want you to actually try to talk in front of a mirror and try to record yourself actually responding to these questions, just because this is a great way for you to be able to see your mistakes and where exactly you need to improve on. So the fourth idiom is a vibrant metropolitan that never sleeps. So what are the natural features that make your hometown special? So one thing you could say is, from skyscrapers to bustling markets and a thriving nightlife, my hometown is a vibrant metropolis that never sleeps. Pretty much an area that never sleeps. It's very busy all the time, and try to use these type of idioms when you are responding to the examiner. And number 5 is, can you describe the atmosphere and energy of your hometown? So one thing you could say is, walking through the cobblestone streets and ancient landmarks, it's evident that my hometown is steeped in history and heritage. So just like it says, the idiom history and heritage, steeped in history and heritage, this pretty much means that your hometown has a lot of historical facts behind it. You could speak highly of it because it has such beautiful areas. And these are words that you could use, especially if you come from a hometown that is very old, very ancient, and very historic, where you can discuss these type of things to the examiner. So let's say the examiner asks you something like, what is the local cuisine like in your hometown? You could say something like, the local cuisine in my hometown is a true feast from the senses, where flavors from all around the world come together in a culinary melting pot. What does culinary melting pot mean? That means pretty much so many cultures, so many traditions come together, and there's such a diverse range of food that you could find in your hometown, and it's been mixed within the cultures, so it is considered a culinary melting pot. And how about this one, guys? Number 7 is your hometown known for any traditional festivals or events? You could say something like, yes, my hometown is actually known to be a hub of festivities where traditional events paint the town red and bring the community together in a joyous celebration. So, what exactly does paint the town red mean? Paint the town red literally means to go out and enjoy yourself in a lively and extravagant manner, often as part of a celebration or a social gathering. So, guys, I really, before we move on to the rest, I really want you to think about and consider these idioms that we are going through today. I don't want you to just watch this video and not try to practice these idioms. The only way you will get better, the only way you will improve in your English is by practicing and trying to really improve your speaking by speaking in front of a mirror, maybe recording yourself on the phone, guys. And make sure you do this if you want to see improvements, because that way you can watch yourself and actually see where you need the most help in. Maybe you can have a friend who's a native English speaker listen to your answer and try to tell you where exactly you are lacking in, or how you could fix or how you can adjust your speaking. So let's move on to the next one. I wanted to talk about um, number 8. So let's say the examiner asks you a question like, how would you describe the people in your hometown? The best way to answer this question is Say something like, the people in my hometown are as warm as toast. They're always ready to lend a helping hand and make you feel welcome in their community. So just like warm as toast pretty much means that they make you feel welcome. They are very high in hospitality. They know how to make you feel like you belong and you're one of them. And this is when you could use warm as toast. You could even use this idiom in many different other topics. So that's why it's important that you practice these idioms I'm teaching you today. So moving along to number 9. Number 9 says, what are some advantages of living in your hometown? So let's say the examiner asks you this question. One way you could answer with this idiom is, say, living in my hometown has its perks. It's like a bed of roses, often a peaceful and charming environment, abundant job opportunities, and a close proximity to essential amenities. So, what exactly does a bed of roses mean? When you hear this type of idiom, it means uh, a very comfortable situation with a pleasant and favorable conditions. Just like this photo of this hometown shows, it seems really relaxing, peaceful, and this is the idiom you could use when you are describing your comfort level of a particular place within your hometown, or any other question you could use this idiom in. And how about this one is number 10. Number 10 says, uh, number 10, I'm sorry, it's just blocking it. Are there any environmental issues in your hometown? So, the best way to answer this question is you could say something like, yes, my hometown does face some environmental issues, but we're not sweeping them under the rug. The company is actively taking steps to address them, implementing initiatives that aim to reduce pollution, conserve resources, and promote sustainability, ensuring that we leave no stone unturned in our quest for a greener future. So, once again, sweeping under the rug. When you sweep something under the rug, it means you are ignoring it. You don't want to talk about it. Uh, you just pretend like it doesn't happen. But in this context, it's saying that we're not sweeping it under the rug. So that means we are not ignoring this situation. Rather, we are going to take action and we are going to try to make a change for these environmental issues. Remember that you can use this idiom, sweeping under the rug, when you are discussing any type of decision, any topic the examiner asks you. You could use this type of idiom. And check out number 11. Number 11 says, what industries or economic activities are prominent in your hometown? Actually, in my hometown, the tech industry is booming and has become the driving force behind the local economy, putting us on the map as a rising star in the world of innovation. Startups and tech companies have sprouted like mushrooms, creating a dynamic and competitive business environment. So, sprouted like mushrooms literally means that's how fast certain companies are growing within my hometown. How much change I've seen rapidly, which means very quickly, just like mushrooms sprout very quickly. That's how fast businesses are developing in my home country. And remember, you could use this idiom, sprouted like mushrooms, and lots of other topics for the IELTS speaking section. So moving along to number 12, the 12th idiom I wanted to discuss is a piece of cake. So how would you describe the transportation system in your hometown? So this is an example question the examiner may ask you. Well, the transportation system in my hometown is well oiled, ensuring smooth commuting and connectivity throughout the city. With an extensive network of buses, trains, and even bike lanes, getting from one place to another is a piece of cake. The efficient infrastructure and reliable public transportation options make it a breeze for residents and visitors alike to navigate through the town. So, piece of cake literally means something that's very easy to take. So, in this context, it means that it's very easy to use the transportation system within the hometown because of how easy, how efficient, how fast, and how simple it is to get around town. And this is an idiom you could use for, like I said, lots of different topics within the IELTS speaking section. And how about number 13? Check it out. So, number 13 is elephant in the room. So, let's say the examiner asks you, are there any particular challenges or issues that your hometown faces? Yes, my hometown does have its own set of challenges. One issue that stands out is the elephant in the room, traffic congestion. With the increasing number of vehicles on the road, commuting has become a daily struggle for many residents. The local government is implementing measures to address this issue, such as improving public transportation and building additional roads. So when you hear the idiom elephant in the room, it literally means pointing to that one specific issue, that one specific problem, which is traffic congestion. So remember, this is a great idiom you could use on your exam, guys. Remember that you need to level up. You need to get that high band in order to pass your IELTS exam, guys. This is why I am sitting here today making these videos, because I genuinely want to see you succeed on your IELTS exam. You ladies deserve it. You ladies deserve to pass and work that job of your dreams in an English speaking country. And guys, the fourth idiom says, uh, cut above the rest. So let's say the examiner asks you a question like, how does the education system in your hometown compare to others? So, what exactly could you say for this? The best thing you could say is, actually, the education system in my hometown is a cut above the rest. It offers a comprehensive and well rounded approach to learning. With highly qualified teachers and state of the art facilities, students receive top notch education that prepares them for future success. The emphasis on academic excellence, coupled with a nurturing environment, sets the education system in my hometown apart from others. So, cut above the rest literally means something that's a lot more higher quality than the rest of the education systems or the education curriculums. So, remember that when you use the idiom cut above the rest, you are referring to better quality, higher grade, higher quality, efficient education that is different and stand out from the others. And guys, last but not least, the next idiom that you could use is hidden gem. So let's say the examiner asks you a question like, would you recommend your hometown as a tourist destination? Why or why not? So the best way you could answer this question says something like, absolutely, I actually would recommend my hometown as a tourist destination because it is a hidden gem. With its breathtaking landscapes, rich cultural heritage, and warm hospitality, it offers a unique experience that is off the beaten path. Visitors will be able to discover the beauty that lies beneath the surface and explore the road less traveled. So, hidden gem literally means something that not too many people know about, or not too many people have heard about. So this area is a hidden gem. You could use hidden gem when you're describing somebody you are very proud of, or somebody who is very successful. They are a hidden gem. You could use this idiom when you are describing a place, a person. So remember that when you are using this type of idiom, guys. So let me know down in the comment box. I want you to try to use one of these idioms right in the comment box below. The 15 you learned in this video, choose one, write a sentence, and I will let you know if you are using it in the right context or not. It's so important to remember that it's one thing to know these idioms, but you really need to learn how to use them in the right context, guys. So here on this slide, I've actually given you some examples that would score you a band 6 versus a band 9 in the IELTS Speaking Part 1 section. So let's go through these. What is your name? So for a band 6, you could say, I have many names, but you can call me Mike Brown. And a band 9 answer for what is your name would be, I go by many nicknames. However, my official name on my ID is Mike Brown. So the second one would be, what do you do for a living? For a band 9 answer, it would score you, I work in the office downtown. I really enjoy it because the train goes directly to my work. And then a band 9 answer would be, I am the business owner of Surplus Corporation. We manage the inventory at grocery stores and look after any supply chain inquiries they may have. So the next one says, why do you prefer to work at this company? Because I enjoy it and I worked hard to get to this position. Also, I really enjoy working in the office. And a band 9 for this type of question would be, I enjoy working at Surplus because I worked hard to become a business owner. I pulled a lot of all-nighters to establish this business. However, being able to work for myself is the biggest sense of accomplishment. So as you see here, the choice of words I use are clear and related to the topics. I also used 2 amazing collocations that will help me score a high band. So all-nighters and biggest sense of accomplishment. These words relate to the given topic and it helped me flow the sentences together. I also didn't repeat myself anywhere throughout the answers, which I am showing off my paraphrasing skills throughout my answer. So these are certain things that you should keep in mind when you are trying to answer your IELTS Speaking Part 1 section. So let's take a look at the last one. Do you work or study? A band 9 score answer would sound like, I am studying now in University of Toronto. However, a band 9 score would say, I am currently working part-time because I am taking 4 classes at the moment at the University of Toronto. So if you see here, I've made a mistake in the band 6, which will not help me much and will score me a low band. That's why it's very important that you answer your questions in the right tense form throughout your answer, and you are able to say the sentence in an error-free manner. And also, you need to remember that because you are being scored on pronunciation, you need to practice your pronunciation. I do know as a teacher that a lot of students have a challenging time pronouncing W words, words that start with W versus V. So be sure to practice these types of letters because this will help you score a high band. Now we are going to look at some sample questions and answers for each section. So this is a question that you may see in the IELTS Speaking Part 1. What are some of your job duties? My current role as a project manager requires me to attend a lot of meetings as well as visit different sites where the construction is happening. So guys, if you see this sentence, I used synonym language to show the examiner that I am confident in my answer and I understand the topic that I am answering. So I highly recommend that throughout your answers, you don't start your answer by my job duties are blah, blah, blah. You should try to show the examiner that you are able to use different words, reword the sentence, to score yourself a higher band. So I highly recommend that when you are answering your questions, you take the sample answer into consideration. Now let's take a look at the next part 1 sample question. So here's another sample a question. Do you hope to get a job in your field of study? The answer you can say is, I've been studying software development in my free time for the past 2 years, as I've always had a passion for building apps. This is something I genuinely love doing. So yes, I hope to get a job in this field. So once again, I use synonym language here. I didn't use any words that are mentioned in the question that the examiner would ask me. So let's look at another question. What room is the best part of your entire house? An answer that would score you a high band would be, I love spending some time in the living room because the windows face the backyard where I see many animals like deer every day. So this is another part 1 question. Do you wear traditional clothes from your country? Wearing cultural attire has always been a part of my identity because it makes me feel like I am able to represent who I am. I usually wear these clothes during the weekend. So here are some IELTS vocabulary that you could use throughout your answers for the speaking section. So some vocabulary when you are trying to compare and contrast a particular sentence, you could use words such as however, in comparison to, compared to, similar to. So here is a sentence, an example sentence you would be able to use these words in. Taking the bus takes so long compared to driving somewhere. So words to describe some similarities that you can use is also similarly, equally similar. There are so many errands I have to run today. I also must do laundry. And if you want to use a word that you're trying to describe something in detail, you could use although, but, mainly. And an example sentence would be, although I have worked till 5 p.m., I have to pick up my son at 3:15. So for reasoning, if you are trying to give a reason for something in your IELTS speaking section, you could use words like because of this, since, And a sample sentence would be, it snowed a lot yesterday. Because of this, I want to make sure I take extra caution on the road today. And last but not least, when you are combining a sentence or a thought in your IELTS speaking section, you could use words such as additionally, in addition, next, and here is a sample sentence. First, we went to buy groceries. Next, I went to get a haircut. So, guys, I would highly recommend that you at least use one or two of these vocabulary words within each section of the IELTS speaking exam, just because this will show the examiner that you are able to connect sentences in a concise manner. Clearly. In the IELTS Speaking Part 2 section, you will be given a list of questions where you will be required to speak for a full 2 minutes. However, when the examiner hands you the questions, he will give you 1 minute to prepare your answer. So it is very important that you take advantage of this 1 minute you are given to brainstorm ideas on what you are going to say. We will be discussing 5 easy steps you should take when you are given your IELTS Speaking Part 2 section that will help you speak for a full 2 minutes. So the first step is, once you are given the questions, you need to start preparing your outline. And in your outline, you need to make sure that if you are given 4 questions, you write 3 to 4 points about each question you are given. Guys, this is very important because this will help you speak for a full 2 minutes. So now that you've learned about step 1, we are going to implement step 1 for this particular question. So the question we are looking at for the IELTS Speaking Part 2 section that you may get is, describe your favorite picture. Who took the picture? Where was it taken? What can you see from the picture? And why was this picture something you liked? So as I mentioned, preparing an outline for the IELTS Speaking Part 2 question is essential in order to score a high band and to make the best time out of that 1 minute the examiner is giving you to prepare your answer. So let's look at the outline that I prepared for the question that you just saw earlier. So for the questions we were given, we are required to answer 5 questions in those list of questions that we were given. So the first question, we need to describe our favorite picture, which is the introduction of your 2-minute discussion for the IELTS Speaking Part 2 section. Then we need to discuss who took the picture, where it was taken, and what can you see from the picture happening? And then, why do you like this picture? So for the first question, I quickly jotted down that this picture was a photo of mom and dad at my wedding. It was a funny moment, something to remember. The second question asks, who took the picture? Father was going to take it last minute, brother during cake cutting. Then next is where it was taken. At the banquet hall, wedding reception, Toronto, cake table. Number 4, the fourth question was, what can you see from the picture? Father trying to feed me chocolate cake, but the cake fell on my dress. Mom trying to clean my dress, huge smudge on my dress. Number 5, why do you like this picture? Memorable moment, sentimental day, was not upset, a picture to remember. So as you see, guys, for each question, I made sure I jotted down 3 to 4 points, because each point that has been written here in italic form will be said in one sentence. So each question, as I mentioned, you should speak for 4 full sentences in order to allow you to speak for a full 2 minutes. So step 2 is in the process of brainstorming your ideas in that 1 minute, think about how you are going to introduce the topic and think about how you are going to conclude your discussion, because you don't want the examiner thinking, are you done speaking or are you not done? So you need to make sure that you have a smooth transition between your answers and your concluding sentence. So let's refer back to the outline again. So in the outline, I wrote a few points that I am going to include in my introduction and in my conclusion in order to ensure that I could complete this 2-minute discussion on time and not get stopped halfway while I'm thinking about my points. So the first is the introduction, which I'm going to discuss that this was a photo of my mom and dad at my wedding, funny moments, something to remember. And then in the conclusion, I will conclude my discussion by saying I was not upset and this was a picture to remember. So as you see, I didn't even write lots of words, just 1 to 2 words, reminding myself what I'm going to say in the introduction and the conclusion. If you want to know how you can sound like a native speaker and how you can introduce your topic and conclude your topic, check out my video up above. Step 3 is that when you are about to speak before your conversation, you have to mentally tell yourself that you are going to answer each question that you are given in 4 sentences. You should aim for 3 to 4 sentences max, because this will help you fill in the gaps of you being able to complete your discussion in exactly 2 minutes, guys. So just remember that you have to speak for a full 2 minutes, so you must be able to answer each question in 4 sentences. So just to refer back to the outline, in the outline, as you see, I have jotted down 3 to 4 points for each question, because I know that I have to speak for 4 sentences about each question that was provided in the IELTS Speaking Part 2 section. So in order to speak for a full 2 sentences, you need to have lots of ideas to continuously speak about that particular question. Let's talk about step 4. Step 4 you may think is a little bit funny, but you know what? If this is going to help you speak for a full 2 minutes, then go for it. So as I mentioned in step 3, you should prepare to speak for 4 sentences for each given question. So step 4 is that try to count on your fingers while you are talking, so you are able to keep track of what you are saying and move on to the next question. Step 5 is that you should use vocabulary that's related to the given topic. The reason why is you want to be able to show the examiner that you are able to speak like a native English speaker, and that you are able to pull out words that's related to the context that you are talking about. So let's look at some vocabulary words that relate to the given context that we are going to discuss in our answer that will help us score a high band. So these red fonts are something like funny moment, something to remember, at the banquet hall, memorable moment, sentimental day, a picture to remember. These are certain vocabulary words that we are going to discuss in our IELTS Speaking Part 2 question to score a high band. So guys, if you are not sure what type of vocabulary words that you can use, then check out my video up above. So now we are going to set a timer for 2 minutes to see if we could answer the IELTS Speaking Part 2 question in a full 2 minutes. Before I set the 2-minute timer, I just wanted to let you know the words that are bolded are the words that we have included in our outline, since these are words that we should be discussing in our answer. So have a look at the bolded words while I'm reading the text, just so you get an idea of how the outline connects to the answer for the IELTS Speaking Part 2 question. I'll never forget the most amusing photo taken of my mom and dad at my wedding. The photographer had captured this moment perfectly, especially because the incident that happened at that moment was definitely something to remember. The funny thing was, my father was actually originally taking the photo of my mom and brother while I was cutting the cake. But then my brother called my father last minute to get in the photo while he stepped out. So my brother ended up taking the photo of my parents and me. So my brother takes a photo of me cutting the cake. Where we had our wedding was at the most gorgeous banquet hall called Paradise Banquets. My wedding reception was very formal and in the evening, which was located north of Toronto. The waiter had put the cake on a cake table located in the reception hall, and the space was a bit narrow, so it was hard to move around. So my father was trying to feed me a piece of chocolate cake that I cut when a big piece of cake fell on my dress and the photographer snapped the photo at the perfect moment. It's because my mom was trying to clean my dress in the photo, but you see a huge stain on my dress in the picture. The picture is such a humorous and memorable moment, especially because my wedding was such a sentimental day. The funny thing was, I was not upset at all when the incident happened. Honestly, it's definitely a picture to remember and to have a good laugh about. At least now we have something to look back on every time we want to remember my wedding day. So let's have a look at some IELTS Speaking Part 2 sample questions. So as I mentioned in this part, you will be given a question, an overall question, and 3 to 4 subpoints that you have to include in your answer. So the question here is, describe a time someone gave you advice. You should say if the advice was good or bad, what the advice was about, and if you appreciated the advice or not. So when the examiner lets you know of the question, he will give you 1 minute to prepare a 2 minute full answer. So when I say 2 minute full answer, what I mean by this is you need to make sure you speak for a full 2 minutes, not 1.5 minutes or 1 minute, because you will be given a low band. So make sure that you cover all these points into detail. When I was younger, my mom would always advise me to save my money and not spend it on useless things. To be honest, when she would give me this advice, I wouldn't listen to her because I loved eating at my favorite restaurant. However, now that I remember this advice, she was absolutely right. Although I didn't appreciate the advice she gave me at the time, when I got older and wiser, it is a piece of advice that has always been on my mind. So, guys, if you are not sure how you can prepare your IELTS Speaking Part 2, uh, as I mentioned, you are not sure how to prepare your 1 minute jotting down notes, then definitely, as I mentioned earlier, check out my video down in my description box. I have another detailed guide of how you can outline your notes to make sure you are able to answer every single point the examiner is looking for in a full 2 minutes. So here is another question. Describe your daily routine. You should say what you do daily, how you manage your time, and what the most important task of your day is. And here's an answer. To be honest, ever since I became a mom, I find that I am very strict on my routine. The main reason is that it helps me stay on track with my school, work, and kids. After I drop the kids to school, I work out for an hour, then I start my job. Since I have a remote job, I am able to make lunch during my lunch hour. When I pick my kids up around 3:30. When I get home, that was lunch hour. Then I pick my kids up around 3:30. When they get home, we spend time together as a family and they go to bed at 8 p.m. every night. The most important task of my day is going to the gym because I want to make sure I am healthy enough to be able to take care of my kids and myself. So if you noticed in this answer, I made sure that I covered every single point that the examiner had asked me in the question. The first question is asking you, describe someone in your family that inspires you. Who is it? What is your relationship with him or her? Why do you find him or her inspirational, and what his or her achievements were that make them inspirational? So guys, one thing before I move on is that you should not memorize these answers. These answers were written for you just to get a general idea of how you should answer your questions. So let's look at this answer. I have a very big extended family, but there is one cousin of mine who I find inspiring. She is someone I often ask for any life advice on my education or struggles I am facing. The advice she gives is never judgmental. She is quite knowledgeable in the life decisions she's made. I find her very inspirational because she's the director of her department at one of the top tier hospitals, and she only has her bachelor's. But because of her perseverance and hard work, she managed to work hard toward the achievements she has worked toward today. So let's move on to the second IELTS Speaking Part 2 sample question. Describe a website you visit often. What is the website? Why do you visit this website? And what would you change about this website? Ismailia is a blogger whom I have been following for years now. Her honesty with motherhood and the loss of her baby at stillbirth make her stories so much more imaginable. I really enjoy visiting her lifestyle blog because she gives honest advice on the pros and cons of motherhood and how to deal with such hardships of life. If I could change one thing about her blog, it would probably be if she could add more videos throughout her posts, because this would only make it more relatable. I will provide you with some IELTS speaking test sample questions that relate to family and 3 easy steps where you will be able to speak for a full 2 minutes. So for the sake of this video, we will be looking at this particular IELTS speaking test sample question. It says, describe a family tradition you follow yearly. You should say what you do at the event, where the event is held, why you follow this family tradition, and then you have to explain why you look forward to this family tradition. So step 1 is that when the examiner hands you your question, you will be given 1 minute to brainstorm ideas or outline your ideas before you have to answer the question. So once again, we are going to break down this IELTS speaking test sample question that you just saw earlier in this video. So a general rule of thumb that I usually tell my students is you should brainstorm 3 to 4 ideas for each given question the examiner is asking you guys. This will help you be able to speak for a full 2 minutes without thinking of ideas while you are talking. So let's look at how our outline or brainstorm should look. So the first question asks us to describe a family tradition we follow yearly. So the family tradition I follow with my family is we celebrate Eid 2 times a year. Then the next question asks what you do at this event. We usually get gifts for the kids, decorate the house, bake sweets, and buy a cake. The next question asks where the event is usually held. The event is usually held in a park, party room, or restaurant, depending on the weather. Why you should follow this family tradition. Kids get excited, gives them a sense of how Eid is, and it brings the families together. Explain why you look forward to this family tradition. We get to see the entire family spend time together, dress up in a nice outfit. So step 2, while you are preparing your outline, is that you should try to use related vocabulary words in the given context. So here we will be talking about a family tradition. So we will ensure that we use words that relate to a family tradition. So before I continue, guys, if you like this video, then please subscribe to my YouTube channel and make sure you hit that notification bell so you are notified when I put out videos. So step 3, guys, the third step that you need to follow in order to be able to talk for a full 2 minutes is that when you are giving your answer, you should give an answer of 4 sentences for each question that is asked. Minimize it to 3, but maximize it to 4 sentences. So now let's take a look at how exactly we would answer this question. A family custom we actually celebrate is making our holiday Eid into a bigger celebration. We actually celebrate Eid twice a year, so we do follow these traditions for both holidays, especially because it brings so much joy between families. Preparing for Eid is such a blast for the kids, especially because honestly, I usually involve them during every step because it makes them so excited for the coming days. First, a few days before Eid, I usually decorate the house by hanging up lights or some sort of decorations. And then I wrap their gifts and I let them help me wrap the gifts that I buy for their cousins. They get so excited during the process of wrapping gifts and helping me bake the sweets. It's honestly such a precious moment to see. The event is usually held at a park or party room or restaurant, but honestly, it depends on the weather because the day of Eid always changes depending on the moon. So every year, Eid usually goes 10 days back, and so we are not usually sure how the weather is going to be. To be honest, the main reason why we celebrate this family tradition is because the kids get so excited and it brings them together, which gives them the sense of how Eid should be celebrated, and it also brings the adults together and where everybody, all the family is together and they are just enjoying their time together. Truthfully, the main reason why I really enjoy this family tradition is because I get to see the entire family. We spend time together, we build memories together, and everyone gets to dress up in a nice outfit, making them feel great while enjoying great food and company. Describe an athlete you admire. You should say who it is, what sport he played, why you admire him, and then how you discovered him or her. Describe an athlete you admire. You should say who it is. So one person I really appreciate as an athlete is the famous World Cup player Cristiano Ronaldo. I really, really appreciate his talent in playing soccer because he has scored many goals in the past. So that was 4 sentences. So what sport he plays? Cristiano Ronaldo is known to play soccer in Portugal. He is an amazing player, and his skills are like no other. He scores amazing goals, and he's a very inspirational person. That was 4 sentences. Why you admire him? To be honest, one reason why I really appreciate him and find him very inspirational is because not only is he known for his soccer skills, but he's known for his humanitarian work in the past. And I think that is more admirable than just someone who has good soccer skills. However, other than that, he is very talented within his career as a soccer athlete, and he is known to score the most goals within a season. So that was four sentences. How you discovered him or her. The day I actually discovered him is when my husband showed me a few of his videos and told me to really pay attention to the way this athlete steals the ball and is able to have so much control over a soccer ball and getting in that goal. So, if you put all these sentences together, you are likely to speak for a full 2 minutes. Why do you think children learn responsibility when they own a pet? You can give an answer such as children learn the value of taking care of a live creature and the importance of showing generosity to the animal when they own a pet. These are very important life skills every child needs to learn to keep with them as they grow old. So this is the type of answer you should give to help you score a high band. So another sample question and answer that we should discuss is, why do some people refuse to eat animals? People have different comfort levels with eating meat. Some choose to eat and some do not. I think it's respectable if someone doesn't eat meat for the sake of animal rights and strictly because they don't like knowing that the animal suffers death because of their selfish needs of wanting to eat it. So the third example for IELTS speaking part 3 is, do you think people break the law often? I think there are many petty laws people break daily, sometimes without any intention, just because they don't realize it. It's important that although they are small, it's still not acceptable to be committing these acts. So let's look at the last question. Do you think children should own a cell phone? In my childhood, I never owned a phone and never had any issues getting around the city. If a child really needs a phone and is at an age of some responsibility, like maybe he is taking the bus alone, then I think it's understandable for him to have a phone, especially if his parents cannot get a hold of him. I will provide you with some vocabulary words that relate to flowers that you are able to use that will actually impress the examiner, which is so important in getting a high band. Do you like flowers? So if you get asked a question like this, you can use vocabulary words such as the scent of flowers or maybe the natural fragrance of flowers. So have a look at some sample answers you can use with these type of vocabulary words. Yes, I actually love all types of plants, especially the scent of flowers. I love that it has a natural fragrance because it's just so beautiful to have within the home. And what type of flowers do you like? Oh, actually, I love red roses. But every time I get red roses, I make sure I cut off the stem because there are so many thorns within the stem. So just remember, the stem is the end of the flower, and the thorns are the spiky part. If you are able to use this type of vocabulary that relate to flowers, you will be able to impress the examiner, which will lead you to getting a high band in your IELTS Part 1 section. So what what are some occasions people usually give and get flowers for? Actually, in my country, in Canada, people give and receive flowers usually in all types of occasions. It could relate from a sad occasion, such as a loss in the family, or a happy occasion like a graduation. So there's no really event set in stone where you could give or receive flowers. So do people ever give flowers as a gift in your country? Yes, as I mentioned, usually during happy occasions, people usually give flowers as a sign of congratulating them, whether it's them having a new baby, they accomplished something. Usually, people I know in my country give a bouquet of roses with maybe a box of chocolates. So you can use words such as bouquet, which means a bundle of flowers or a bundle of roses all in one. So that way you are using vocabulary words that relate to flowers. So when was the last time you gave flowers to someone? Recently, my 8-year-old son wanted to gift his teacher with flowers. So we bought her a bouquet of flowers and he delivered it to her, which made her so happy. So not least, let's take a look at some sample questions for the part 3 speaking section. Why do you think it's important for people to travel and see other countries? Traveling is the best education someone can experience, especially because it teaches you so much about yourself and about how others live. I think everyone should spend their money less on other things and travel the world to experience the richness of other cultures. So here is another sample question that you may get in part 3. Would you say tourism is popular in your country? And if you are given a question like this, then you could say an answer like this. Many people love to visit Canada because of the beautiful parks, the beauty in all 4 seasons, and the maple syrup. So I would say Canada is definitely a popular tourist country. So, guys, I hope you enjoyed my video today. I have included lots of sample questions and answers for you to get an idea of how you should be answering your IELTS speaking test questions. If you liked my video, then please subscribe to my channel as I put out content every Friday. And make sure you hit the notification bell so you don't miss any future videos that I post. Also, make sure you check out my website at eslwords.com because I definitely think the articles I have written will definitely help you. So, let's talk about some questions related to part 3. So, you will see some questions related to sports in all 3 parts. So, just be aware of that. How can sports bring people from different countries closer together? So in part 3, try to keep your answers maximum 3 sentences. And the best way to answer is to respond to the question directly. Don't try to, what I'm trying to say is stay on topic and do not try to go off topic by responding otherwise to the question. How can sports bring people from different countries closer together? So I actually really admire this question because I think sports could really bring people from all over the world together, different nationalities, different religions. I think the recent World Cup in Qatar really showed showed everybody in the world that we can all get along. So this is a type of answer you can give in IELTS Speaking Part 3. Do you think famous sports people are good role models for children? So let's say you do get this question. Do you think sports people, meaning athletes, are good role models for children? Yes, to be honest, I think it's very important that when a person does become an athlete, They are aware that there are many young children watching their every move and look up to them. So I think sports peoples are definitely someone who is inspirational to the younger generation. How can parents encourage their kids to do more sports? One way parents could encourage st- one way and parents can encourage their kids to do sports is by registering their children for extracurricular activities such as joining them in soccer teams or basketball teams, so that way they are encouraged and they are motivated to play sports. I am going to tell you some science related questions you may be asked in the IELTS Speaking Part 2 or Part 3 section. Do you like science? Well, to be honest, I took some science classes in school that were quite interesting. I learned about the planets and the different parts of the human body, which were so fascinating. What science courses did you take in high school? Some science courses I took in high school were biology, physiology, and astronomy. But my favorite science course was probably biology. Do you think the education system should offer science classes in school? Yes, I think it's very important that science classes are offered in school because I think students tend to learn so much from all the different science subjects. What is the most interesting thing you learned in science class? So, if you don't remember the facts that you learned in your science class, you could make up a generic answer like this. To be honest, the most interesting thing I learned in science class is how many cells are in the human body. So I don't remember how many, the quantity, the number of the cells that are in the human body. So I just gave a generic answer. And you should be doing this too if you don't remember the exact answer. Did you think science classes were difficult or easy? Well, to be honest, when I was younger, I had a bit of a challenging time understanding some science related facts. But as I grew older, I looked into it more, and from further research, I understand what these facts were about.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are calling from or joining in this live from. For those of you who don't know, my name is Wafa, and I'm an English teacher in Canada. And today we are going to talk about how you can become confident in IELTS speaking while you are preparing for the IELTS speaking section. It's so important that you actually take these strategies I'm going to provide you with today to consideration, just because the only way you will become confident in IELTS speaking is actually uh, identifying your weaknesses and practicing or preparing for them. So as you see here, the weather is gorgeous, so I decided to do Facebook Live outside, and I hope that there's no background noise that you could hear. So let's get right into it. So I wanted to discuss some ways you can become a confident speaker. The first way is that you, in order to become a confident speaker in the IELTS speaking section, you need to be able to understand what is going to be expected of you in IELTS speaking. You need to familiarize yourself with the test format, and you need to know what types of questions you will be asked in part 1, part 2, and part 3. So, for those of you who don't know, there are actually three different parts you will be asked in IELTS speaking, and each part is completely different with the questions you may be asked. So, you need to become familiar with these question types and understand the time limits, how long you have to talk between each one, and know the question types, like I said.
And the second most important strategy you need to remember to become a confident speaker is you need to be able to practice regularly, guys. I don't mean every Wednesday only. You need to practice every single day. You need to show up and tell yourself every day at 9 p.m. till 9:30, I'm going to practice speaking English. Whether it's talking to somebody else in English, or if you are watching YouTube videos or maybe reading an article, you need to practice your English every day if you want to be confident in IELTS speaking. Or another tip I have is that you can join different speaking groups on Facebook communities. There are so many different groups. If you have a hobby in mind, maybe you really like art or you like sports, you can actually join these different Facebook community groups and actually practice your English in those groups. Ask questions, look at the responses, see exactly how people are responding to these answers that you are asking, and that way you could improve your English speaking capabilities. And the next one, the next biggest tip I have for you, number three, is to practice recording yourself. If you are able to record yourself while you are practicing English, you could actually identify your weak points, your pronunciation errors, your fluency errors, and that way you could improve in your English. So, like I said, practice recording yourself, and that way you could identify what areas of improvement you need. Hello, everyone. Hi, Mohammed. Thank you for joining us. The next tip I have is to develop a vocabulary bank. Okay, it's so important that when you are practicing learning different vocabulary words, you're writing them down somewhere. Maybe you have a little notebook with you, so when you learn a new word, you actually write it down so that way you don't forget it, and actually look up the meaning in the dictionary. Try to write the word in your own sentence. Try to use the word in a conversation you're having with somebody else, and that way you are able to practice this vocabulary word, and this will make you a confident speaker in IELTS speaking. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me know where you're chatting from in the chat box. I'd love to meet everybody. Um, so the next tip I wanted to discuss is to work on your pronunciation, which is number five. Number five is it's always good to focus on proper pronunciation. Pay attention to how native speakers talk. I'm not saying that you have to be perfect at pronunciation, but if you are able to identify your errors, identify which areas of pronunciation you need assistance with, then you could practice that. And I always recommend my students to try to learn the phonetic alphabet, because that really teaches you the different sounds each letter has in the English language. And this would help you with working on your pronunciation and becoming that confident speaker you need to be in the IELTS speaking section. And guys, number six is familiarizing yourself with the different topics. Research common IELTS speaking topics you may be asked, such as hobbies, traveling, technology, education, maybe something about your health. You need to be familiar with the different topics, because honestly, if I go into an exam not knowing what type of topics I may be asked, I would not be confident at all. But if I know that most likely I will be asked about technology, this would make me more of a confident speaker. Then I know to really concentrate on learning new vocabulary words on every single topic. education so I can impress the examiner in my IELTS speaking exam. And guys, number 8, develop structured responses. If you are able to actually, if you are able to actually go and before your exam, you have an idea of how you are going to structure your answer to the examiner, then that way you will actually know how you're going to format your answer, how you're going to answer it, and that would score you a high band. So, a recommendation I have is when you are structuring your answer, is to use a PPF method. PPF method stands for point, proof, and follow up. So, when you make a point, provide some evidence or an example. So, first, you're going to talk about the topic, then you're going to provide some evidence or an example of what you are discussing, and then elaborate with a follow-up. So that way your answer is structured. That way the examiner will be like, wow, this person actually knows how to format their answer properly, how to talk with clarity, with cohesiveness, and that would score you a high band, guys. I'm not saying go and learn big vocabulary words to impress the examiner. No, it's all about talking with a clear and concise sentences and being able to answer the examiner as much as possible. And number eight is to practice under test conditions. The best way to prepare for an exam is to actually simulate a live one. Simulate the exam. Maybe have a timer on your phone, and that way you are able to speak for a full 2 minutes with the timer on your IELTS speaking part two, for example, because part two you're only allowed to speak for a full 2 minutes. So if you are able to simulate a live exam, if you are able to actually practice those under those conditions, this will give you some confidence that, hey, I can actually speak for a full 2 minutes in part two. That wasn't bad. Or maybe, hey, I spoke too much in part two. Let me practice again and speak for only 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes, for example. And guys, number nine is to get feedback. It's one thing that you practice alone or with a friend, but if you don't get proper feedback, you will never improve in your English. You will never improve, or you will never know what you need to improve on. Forget about you will never improve. You won't know what to practice, how exactly you could improve on this particular area. So you need to make sure that you ask a teacher, a tutor. We have something very exciting coming up very soon. We're working behind the scenes on an IELTS speaking product. I don't want to give too much detail, but if you want to know about this IELTS speaking product, make sure you download our IELTS study plan, so that way you are notified when it is launched very soon. I'm very excited. I really want to see how many people joining us today in the live. Hi, Pauline. How are you? So great to see you. Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much for joining us. And guys, right when I'm done this, I'd like to answer any questions you may have. I'm so excited you guys joining us today. And the live. Hi, Pauline. How are you? So great to see you. But you guys remember English daily in order to become better. And number 10 was how do you manage nervousness? How do you manage yourself from not getting anxious, from feeling anxiety? These are all normal when you are not confident in your speaking. In order to manage nervousness is you need to practice daily. Like I said, you need to improve in your vocabulary, and you need to make sure that you get good night's sleep, good night's rest. Have a positive self-talk. Like, you know what? I'm really going to do good in this. Talk to yourself. Tell yourself, you know what am I going to lose, right? Um, this examiner is just trying to evaluate my ability to talk English. Self-talks, positive conversations to yourself really help you improve in your English. So you want to do this. Make sure, in order to keep your nerves calm, is you talk to yourself positively, and believe me, you will see a big difference in that. Great to have you from Bangladesh, Rafi. Thank you so much for joining us. And guys, number 11 is be clear and concise. Focus on delivering clear and concise responses. Like I said, the examiner is using big vocabulary words. He's going to critique you or mark you on how clearly you were able to answer the question, how clearly you were able to speak about that particular topic you are asked to answer. So guys, I'm going to open up the session for Q&A. I'm so excited. A lot of people joined me on this Friday live. I know some people may be out, but let me know if you have any questions. Let me know where you're chatting from. I have 30 people on today's live, which is so exciting. Ask me any questions. Give me some advice to develop vocabulary. Okay, in academic reading. So here's the thing, Rafi. Sorry, there's a fly in my face. The best way to develop your vocabulary is by starting to read articles. You need to read on a daily basis. And reading is just not enough. That's just step one. Step one is start reading. Step two is when you see a vocabulary word you don't know, in the article, you need to make the effort to look up the word. You need to make the effort to try to write the word in your own sentence. Look it up in the dictionary. See in what context this word is being written in, and that way you will improve in your English. These are the things you need to do. You need to take these steps. You can't just read an article and be like, oh yeah, I learned this new vocabulary word, right? Because we're only lying to ourselves. We have to remember the vocabulary word, and by doing this we need to look it up in the dictionary. We need to write it in our own sentence. We need to know how exactly this word is used, so that way we can use it in our IELTS speaking section, or even in our IELTS writing section, or we will be able to identify it in IELTS reading. So I hope that helped, Rafi. Let me know if there's any other questions. I'd love to answer on this beautiful Friday. I have lots of time to answer all your questions. Like I said, I'm going to try to do lots of more lives to help you on your IELTS journey. I really want to help you all. I know it's difficult, but guys, with perseverance, with lots of practice, you can get there. You can get there, but you need to practice every day. Let me know if there's any questions, because I also wanted to talk about managing your time when you are practicing yourself during the test. Make sure you don't rush through the answers on exam day, right? You want to make sure that you are, in fact, able to answer at a good pace. Remember that you don't need to talk fast. Talking fast does not make you a better speaker. Talking clearly, talking concisely, using vocabulary words that relate to the text in a good, steady manner, this is what's going to help you. So, this is what I wanted to tell you. Hello. If you have any questions, I'd like to provide somebody to come on the camera. We could have a conversation about IELTS speaking. I will give the link in the chat box. Whoever wants to come on live and ask me any questions that you may have to cover IELTS speaking today. And I will put the link in the chat box if you'd like to come on live and ask me any questions. I'd love to answer. Okay, time management, Rafi. Time management, the best way let me share the question so everyone could benefit from it. The best way to manage your time in IELTS reading is to have a certain plan in place. First, what are you going to do? Are you going to go straight to the article, or are you going to go straight to the question? See exactly what each question. I would recommend you go directly to the questions, so that way you get an idea of what you have to look for, right? You don't want to go just straight to the articles and start reading them, because you don't know what you're looking for. So you need to make sure that first and foremost, that you actually look at the questions, see what the questions are asking, and how you could find the answers is look for keywords in the questions, and try to look for similarities, synonyms of those keywords throughout the article, so that way you are quickly and steadily able to find the answer um, in that particular article. I hope that helps, Rafi. Let me know if you have any other questions. I would be glad to actually help you out. So if anybody would like to join, send you some instructions of how to join, how I can help you out. You can practice for IELTS speaking. You can improve your vocabulary. You can improve your listening. Another thing I wanted to discuss is keeping up, being clear and concise in your responses. This is very big, guys. Be clear, be concise. Don't use filler words such as instead, if you're thinking of something at that moment, just tell the examiner, oh, actually that's a great question, let me think about that. Oh, that's an interesting question, let me think about that. Or hang on a second, let me ponder about that. Try, speak to him, tell him what you're doing. Don't just remain silent or use filler words to cover that time that you're thinking about your thoughts, you tell him, because remember, this is an English test at the end of the day, and that's what he is grading you on. So he is grading you on let's go down second. Can I get some advice, advanced phrases and idioms for IELTS speaking? Yes, you can. So we are actually, if you want, you could actually see my YouTube channel. I have lots of different videos on advanced phrases and idioms. If you just go to the different playlists on our YouTube channel, you will actually see lots of different videos there. Um, I think you have my YouTube channel, Rafi, because it says you're signed on from YouTube. Just look at the different playlists under IELTS speaking, and you will find lots of different phrases and idioms you could use, in fact, on all different topics. I think learning phrases and idioms that you could use on any topic is a lot better than learning idioms in phrases on one particular topic because you may not get that topic. So you want to learn in IELTS speaking. So that way you are taking advantage of the time you have and learning the best ways to enhance or increase your band score in IELTS speaking. Okay, we have another question. Miss, how can I improve fluency and pronunciation? Great question, Vikash. The best way to improve your fluency and pronunciation is you're going to get annoyed for me to say this, practice daily. But not only practicing daily, I highly recommend you learn the phonemic alphabet. The phonemic alphabet is very important in English because in the English language, for example, the letter A could be pronounced in so many different ways. It could be a, e, it could sound like sometimes. So, in order to make sure that you understand the pronunciation or how to fluently say this particular word, learning the phonemic alphabet would really, really help you. And also, another tip I'd like to give you is start watching conversational videos of two native English speakers talking and see how exactly they're talking, how exactly they're pronouncing certain words. One thing I wanted to know is with IELTS speaking, remember that it's an informal discussion between you and the examiner. IELTS speaking is not will not grade you on how you talk to your manager at work. IELTS speaking is all about how you talk to a neighbor or someone for everyday life, for example, a friend. And obviously, you don't want to use slang, but you want to make sure you learn how do native English speakers talk on a daily basis. How exactly do they pronounce certain words or use different idioms and phrases? So because if you can follow these methods, this would definitely help you for sure. So let's see if there's any more questions. I'd love to help. Let me know. Um, like I said, there's so many different ways to improve in your English to really, really enhance in IELTS speaking, and that would definitely help you. And thank you, Rafi, for always supporting us. I am an English professor here in Canada, and I do work at one of the biggest colleges here. And I have been helping lots of students prepare for prepare for their IELTS exam. So this is why I really, really want to help you. Really, really see you guys live a better life once you do pass your IELTS exam, once you become that confident speaker you need to get that band score, guys. Remember that. Remember that. Uh, but it's possible. I come from an immigrant family myself. I saw lots of struggles. I was young when I came to Canada, but I saw my parents struggle a lot for 30 years trying to learn English, trying to improve their speaking, their writing. But you know what? It was possible. Why? Because they never gave up. And that's the most is important is never giving up on your dreams of learning English, speaking English, writing in English, listening and understanding what's being said to you. And this is why I want to help you. If there are any other questions, I'd love to answer them, guys. I'm here to assist you on this Friday because I know most people are off. And let me know. So, is it possible to practice with you through Zoom class? Unfortunately, currently, I am not offering one on one sessions. However, we are launching a something very exciting soon where I will be teaching classes, but it would be in a group setting, obviously, just because due to demand, I cannot offer one on one classes because there's so many people who are looking for Zoom classes. But I will be teaching live classes. That's coming up very soon, guys. So make sure you stay tuned. If you follow my social media, this will be announced very shortly. I don't want to give too much information because we're working very hard behind the scenes and we want to make sure this is successfully launched to help you, to help your needs, exactly what exactly you need to improve your IELTS speaking. So let's see if there's any more questions somebody had. I want to join your live class. Great. So, Rafi, make sure that if you are, in fact, part of our Facebook community, if you have downloaded our IELTS study plan, you will be sent an email once this is actually ready. So make sure you check that. I have the study plan link right at the top of this live. Make sure you download that so that way you will get a notification when we are ready and to help you. I really want to help every single person. Honestly, I chose this profession because it's so rewarding. I saw my parents struggle with learning English, and it's the most rewarding field is to help you live that dream you want in an English speaking country for you and your family. And I'm here to help you, to assist you, because it's the least I can do for everybody. So I want to know what have you guys been doing? We have enough people on this live. I'd like to know what exactly have you been doing to prepare for the IELTS speaking section. Have you been using practice materials online? Have you joined an online class? What have you been doing, and what has been helping you? Yes, Rafi, for sure. This is something we can help you with. I know it's challenging. I know you might be anxious, especially in IELTS reading. I mean, you need to go through so many different passages at such a short amount of time. When I calculated the amount of questions you have, I think you have about a minute and a half to answer each question, which is that's not enough time, It's very difficult. So this is something that I will be definitely assisting with. For now, we are helping with IELTS speaking, but in the future, we would definitely be assisting with IELTS reading. Oh, great, Paulina. Let me know. Is it live? Is there an instructor that answers your question? Uh, Let me know how exactly your online classes are going. Have you been finding them useful? Do you practice with people? How does it go? Oh, Akash, thank you. That's great. Um, Let me know what exactly you need assistance with in the IELTS exam. I'd love to help. If you guys have not, please make sure you download my IELTS 30-day IELTS study plan. This will really, really help you become better in preparing for your IELTS exam. It's so important that you have a structure in place. You have exactly what you want every single day. I'm going to put it in the chat box. Make sure you download this IELTS study plan. I'm going to pin it so that way you are able to find it right at the top, guys. Make sure you download this IELTS study. Um, you download this IELTS study plan so that way I've put it in the chat box. Please make sure you download the study plan so you are able to prepare for the IELTS exam, know what to study every single day, know what to work on, guys. Trust me, I think most of us here are working. We may have kids, so it's important that you know what you're going to study before you open that book. It's different for you. It's a waste of time. Forget about different. It's a waste of time if you just say, okay, every day at 8 o'clock, I'm going to study, but you don't know what you're going to study. You need to identify your weak points. You need to be able to know what you're going to concentrate on so that way you are able to have a proper roadmap, have a proper guide of what you are going to practice every day. And this IELTS study plan really does help you know what to study every day for 30 days. So I'd like to help you guys. There's so many people on this live. Let me know what are your biggest struggles with IELTS speaking. Is it pronunciation? Is it vocabulary? Learning new vocabulary words? Is it speaking in a clear manner, like you forget words to say certain words? What is it exactly? I'd like to know. IELTS webinar. Okay, great. Great, Pauline. I'm glad it's going well for you. I hope that if you need any assistance on the IELTS speaking section, like I said, this is something we will be offering very, very shortly. So make sure you stay tuned. Make sure you are actually part of our different social media tabs. So that announcement is coming soon. So, guys, I'd like to know if uh, you you are getting feedback. Are you getting feedback on your IELTS speaking section, or are you just practicing and not getting feedback? You don't know if you're improving or what you need improvement on. How's it going? Oh, thanks, Bikash. That's very kind of you. But never think that you have to be at an native English speaker's level to to pass IELTS. The first step, like I said, is to just be able to learn how to speak in a clear manner, so that way you become better at saying certain vocabulary words and all that. So you're looking for names for IELTS speaking. For IELTS speaking, honestly, I wouldn't recommend a particular book. Choose any book, really. Choose any book that would help you understand. Choose books that interest you. That's the first step. Is you want to make sure that if you're going to do something every day, you want to choose a book that you're interested in. Maybe choose a topic that you have a hobby in. Choose a topic that you would find interesting to read and to review every single day. Guys, I'm going to mute my mic for just a second. I think I have to sneeze, so please bear with me. All right, guys, that's never happened on a live before, but I guess we're human. It happens sometimes. So we got another question. Where are you from? So our channel is actually from Canada. I am from Canada. I was pretty much born and raised in Canada. I've completed all my education here in Canada, and I'm a certified English teacher in Canada, and I'm currently working as an English professor in one of the top colleges here in Canada. So I know what exactly is required. I'm certified in this field. I've been helping students for 9 years. So, this is why I decided to start this channel so I can help you guys, just as I've been helping everyone at this local college pass IELTS. So, another thing I'd like to know is, like I said, what is the most challenging part for you in the IELTS speaking section? Is it increasing your vocabulary? Improving your pronunciation, speaking with clarity? What is it exactly? This is something I want to know so I'm able to provide you with the best advice, with the best tips to help you on your IELTS speaking journey. Hey, no problem, Akash. I hope my advice is helping you guys. Like I said, I put the IELTS study plan in the chat box. Make sure you download that IELTS study plan because that's going to help you on all the different sections of the IELTS exam. Let's see if there's any more questions. What is your most remarkable holiday? I just need to hear how to answer this question. So, Pauline, the best way to answer this question is using that method I just told you, right? Told you about earlier, is to have a proper structure in place on how you are going to answer this question. So, in order to have a structured response, you need to first talk about the first you need to talk about the points, then the evidence, then a follow up. So maybe you can talk about a birthday that you find very remarkable, maybe your child's birthday, right? So you could say something like, actually, I really hold my son's birthday very special every single year, just because it's such a special day for our family to celebrate together. All the grandparents come, gather around together, and we actually have a cake. We order every single year a custom made cake because we love the flavor of that cake, right? And then you go back to provide. So that was an example you give, right, of what you're doing. And remember, in IELTS speaking, always answer with at least I would say three sentences maximum, so that way you are not over talking, because the examiner will stop you if you talk for too long, and you're not talking like less than what you should. So you need to make sure that you talk at least for three sentences maximum when you are answering any question in IELTS speaking. No problem, Mohammed. I hope this helped. And earlier I saw a comment. Oh, no problem, Rafi. I'm so glad I could help. I'm so glad that I can help you guys pass IELTS, live that dream, dream that you want to, so you are able to provide a better life for you and your family in an English speaking country. So I have more comments. Hi, Sraboon. Walaikum assalam. Thank you for joining our live. I'm so glad you are joining us today. Let me know if you have any questions that I could answer about IELTS speaking. I'm here to assist you. I'm so glad. I have so many people joining me on today's live. Um, I went through so many different tips and strategies on how to become a confident speaker in the IELTS speaking section in particular. Make sure you watch it if you have missed it, because it is alive, but I am recording it so people could all benefit from it once this live is over. And no problem, Pauline, no problem. I hope that you're finding the 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 lives useful. I hope it's really helping you answer any questions you may have about IELTS, preparing for the IELTS exam. Let me know if there's any other questions. I'd love to help. So let's see if I could talk to you guys about. I wanted to know, I just did ask you guys, what part of the IELTS exam are you finding preparation the most difficult? Is it learning new vocabulary words, speaking English? Please let me know. There's so many people in this live. This is a question I really want to ask you so I can help you or guide you to the right way. So, yes, Rabun, it's important that you know at least the different tenses in the IELTS speaking section in particular, because when you are responding to the examiner, you want to make sure you show him that you understand present tense in comparison to past tense, right? If you are talking about a story that's happened in the past, you got to make sure you use the right tenses for responding to the examiner. So, yes, I would say basic grammar is highly recommended for IELTS, because even for writing, you need to make sure you are writing in the right context, in the right tenses. So, basic grammar is required. If you do need a study plan, I have another one for IELTS speaking. It's a 10-day IELTS study plan that will help you study all the different tenses. I will put it in the chat box right now. This second link, guys, that I just provide you with, this is an IELTS speaking study plan, 10-day IELTS speaking study plan. Highly recommend that you download it. I put a lot of effort into this on what tenses you should be practicing daily for IELTS speaking, because Sraboon, make sure you download this IELTS speaking plan, just because this will teach you the basic tenses or basic grammar rules for IELTS speaking for you to know. Ma'am, I want to know what is different between UKVI and. Okay, so UKVI, I'm not sure, Mohammed. UKVI, I believe it's a UK visa, and I'm not so familiar with their immigration process. So that's something you need to check. Mohammed, I hope that answered your question. You're going to have to look at the visa requirements, because I'm not sure with that process. And next question, reading is very hard sometimes. What can I do? Uh, the best way to improve your reading is by actually practicing, right? You need to be able to practice. And honestly, sometimes, Akash, there are audios that come with the reading. So that way you are able to read while you are reading, put on the audio, and you will see how exactly is this word pronounced? How exactly is this native English speaker saying this particular word? If you are able to actually, if you are able to practice this will help you, because it's one thing to read, but how do you know if you're pronouncing the word right or wrong, right? Reading comes with pronunciation too. So the best way to practice this is find an audio book, find the actual book, and that way you are able to follow along with the book, see exactly how particular words are pronounced.
There are 5 ways where you can improve your vocabulary. So the first way you can improve your IELTS speaking vocabulary is learning through reading. Reading is the best way you are able to improve your vocabulary, guys. But one thing I wanted to note is when you are reading and there's a word you don't understand, you need to make the effort to look up the word in the dictionary. You need to make an effort to look up sample sentences that use that related new word that you read that you don't understand, so that way you really understand how to use this word and in what context. And the second one is that a great way you could learn new words is to maybe find some patterns or similarities between two words. Maybe you're trying to learn a new word you're not familiar with, and you want to find a way to remember it. So maybe you could find a word that rhymes with it, or perhaps you could find a synonym word that you are more familiar with, so you are able to actually remember that new word that you just read or that you just learned. And the third way you could learn new vocabulary words is through flashcards and memorization. Using flashcards to memorize new vocabulary words is a great technique you can use in order to score a high band in your IELTS speaking section, and to actually remember the words you used. It's one thing for you to learn to read a word or to see it somewhere, but it's a whole different ball game to try to remember the word, to remember how to use it in what context, guys. Look, I know learning English is difficult, but if you find fun and easy ways that will help you remember these keywords, that's what's the most important. And guys, the fourth way you can learn, you could improve your vocabulary is to use vocabulary apps and games. There are so many different vocabulary apps and games you could find all over to help you enhance your vocabulary. And this is so important in IELTS speaking. So that way, you learn it in a fun and easy way. Like I said, learning in a fun way will make you remember those words you actually just read or you just learned on these apps. And last but not least, use to learn new vocabulary words is by watching YouTube videos. Make sure you check out all the different videos on my channel. I have so many different popular topics.
Thanks for joining us. And can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
My name is Mohammed Yusuf. Actually, I am 25 years old. I have developed a good American accent. Some people might say that I have been living very long, maybe in a English speaking country, but it's been probably about 1 year that I moved to US because of the political issues that was happening in my hometown, our home country, and I'm 25. I'm uh, planning to get the IELTS exam in about 1 month, and this is me here speaking.
That's amazing. You speak such good English. Definitely. I would have never guessed that you not only came to America 1 year ago, but I would have never guessed that such a good English speaker has to take the IELTS exam. That's quite impressive. That's quite impressive. And can you tell me why you have to take the IELTS exam?
Actually, I have a specific plan to pursue my master's degree. I finished my bachelor in my home country. So all of the universities that I was trying to apply, they were requiring me to show them a official proof that I completely know English.
Right.
So that's when I thought of taking the IELTS exam.
That's great. That's amazing. And what do you want to take a master's in?
Actually, I have a bachelor in civil engineering, and because my field in my country, it had a huge market for that field. But in here, I guess in USA, it's more tech driven. So you gotta be somewhat related to technology aspect to
Yes.
make more money.
Yes.
That's the main goal behind most of the people's plan. This was the same thing that with me, that I'm planning to take my master's in computer science.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And so what are your fears of taking the IELTS exam?
Actually, when it comes to speaking, I gave myself a relatively good score. When I assess myself, I feel I can do better with the speaking, but there are some things that you do not learn through, for example, movies. The things that I did a lot when I was in my teen era, I watched a lot of movies, but I guess that is not going to help you with the academic things that come in the IELTS. For example, with the writing. So my only weak leg is the writing section. And the other sections I do okay, but that's the writing is the only section that I'm currently focusing on. And this is why it's keeping me not take the IELTS.
Right. So what exactly do you have a hard time in with writing a section? Do you have a hard time connecting sentences together? Do you have a hard time getting your thoughts across, or how to structure your paragraphs? What is it exactly?
So my problem lies very deep, actually. I can create sentences, I can express myself any way that I want. But the thing is, as you know better than me, to express yourself in an academic fashion, you got to use some specific academic words. Like you cannot say, for example, what's going on.
Yes.
You have to say, how are you, for example.
Yes. You have to use
Even
formal
words.
language, definitely.
Yeah, more formal.
Yes.
That's what I lack with the IELTS section.
Right.
I mean, writing section.
In the writing section, yes, because in the speaking section, you could actually get away with informal language because it is actually an informal discussion. Whereas the writing section, like you say, it is more different use of vocabulary because you do have to write in a more of a formal manner, and writing is definitely something you can definitely improve on. It just takes practice. So I was wondering, what have you done to prepare for the writing section or the exam in general?
Actually, for the exam, from the young age, not from that young, but when I was 11 to 12 years old, we had a cable subscription. There was a channel that used to broadcast cartoons. So I was watching that when I was a kid, and it really helped me, to catch some simple words. Even though my mom was sending me to a little educational center that helped me learn the basics of English. But the thing that helped me a lot was the cartoons that I was watching in the young age. At the same time, I was understanding how this word is pronounced. I did not even know the meaning.
Wow.
know what that word was at all. But I had a basic idea. I could tell like 50% what this word might mean. So moving along when I turned into adult, I was watching videos related to gym. You know, boys, they are
Yes.
interested to build muscle, become strong. So that also helped me improve my speaking, but also my reading abilities. There was a website called bodybuilding.com. I
Okay.
used to go there and read articles, not in the
Wow.
goal of to learn English or anything,
Yeah.
to maximize my strength and
Yes.
build muscle and all that, and that helped me a lot.
What was your band score, your overall band score?
My overall was 7.5.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, mine was 6.5.
6.5, great. So what was your overall band score, if you'd like to share it with us?
My overall band score was 7.
Oh, great. And
Yeah.
what band score did you get, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I scored 7.5.
Awesome, awesome. You remember what you were asked in IELTS speaking?
Yes,
Well,
those
I
were
was-
general questions.
I was asked questions like what's like the area you liked in your home and why you like home, and then like extended questions with this topic.
Uh-huh.
And the topic they were asking was a movie which you like, which you watched, and that makes you think about something like, oh, this thing has happened, why this has happened.
Interesting.
So yeah.
It was very easy for me. I
Yeah, it was
had an
very easy.
interesting song. I was to talk about an interesting song.
Oh,
And it
nice.
was very easy.
Oh, that's great. Do you remember what type of questions you were given in part 3 of the speaking?
Yes, I remember. Firstly, she asked about my school, and then he said that from primary to secondary, which things the students are learned. But at that time, I don't understand their questions because it's very complicated, difficult. So I just remember this question.
And do you remember what type of questions you were given for the speaking section?
Yeah, in speaking section, he asked me about space. Like in introductory questions, he asked me about space, like what you know about stars.
Like planets and
Yeah,
stuff.
plan-
What type of questions did you get asked in speaking? Do you remember?
Yeah, when my speaking section, I was asked about a personal experience which was very good for me. Like any company or a place which provided a very good personal
Oh,
experience.
nice, nice. What about the speaking section? Do you remember what question?
Yes, I properly remembered that topic because my speaking was the speaking part was literally good at that time. I got the topic of describe the favorite photograph that you have or that you liked. It's about the favorite picture, and you know in this era everyone is photoholic.
Yes.
So I am. So I have a lot of my favorite pictures, but I have to talk about one. So that literally goes well.
Was that a part 2 question you were given? Like for 2 minutes you had?
Yes, that was my cue card topic for 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, what advice could you give to students who are looking to prepare for the speaking section in specific?
First, they have to build their confidence, how to speak with somebody, and I think then they clear this exam very easily.
How can someone become a better speaker?
Well, speaking English with their own friends, like in the class only, not only with the teacher, can
Yes.
help a lot.
Yes.
Like it make a big difference.
Yes, exactly. Is there any last minute tips you could give for practicing for speaking?
First of all, relax yourself. Most students tend to go in so much nervousness. They are like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Just keep calm and be confident.
Tried recording myself on on phone or camera, and that it really helped me.
That's a great advice you could give to students is record yourself.
Yeah, record yourself and
if
see
you
it in the
can-
mirror.
Yes.
It will build confidence.
Yes. So what are some tips how you practice for speaking?
On the daily basis, as English was not my first language, Punjabi was my first language.
Okay.
So whenever I got time in the home, I try to speak with walls on the topic, and also I recommend students to watch the famous YouTube channel that is TED Talks.
Yes,
they
TED
are
Talk.
they're literally good. So if they can follow them, it's better for them because they can prepare well for their speaking and as well as their other modules of IELTS.
Yes, exactly. And how about for part 2 of the speaking section when students have to speak for a full
For
2
2 minutes.
Yes. So how would they prepare? How should they prepare to answer their question?
If I should tell you about my thing, like how I prepared, I just used to create this story, like what happened, what next, and there the questions are given in cue cards.
Yes.
Like what was the time, what was the place. So I just used to answer all those questions in sequence and used to create a story so that I can
Right.
remember.
Right, that's a great point
Yes.
you
To
make.
be
So,
honest.
what advice could you give to students who are looking to take the IELTS exam or prepare for the exam?
I would like to say that they don't have to cram from internet. They just have to learn things from wherever they can learn. They can practice English by speaking with their classmates or their friends or their families rather than just cramming the books. And yeah, sure, they can watch their videos.
So, what advice could you give to our students who are looking to prepare for IELTS?
I recommend them to do practice online stuff and take your teacher seriously, because your instructors who give you instructions and teach you, they are the best because they have experience and moreover they also have the time with other students, so they can easily know about your weakness and strength. So always follow the instructions of your instructor, and always do the practice as much as you can, because
Yes.
practice makes a man perfect. So it's the only thing you can do for getting good results.
What band score did you get in the speaking section?
In the speaking section, I got 8 bands.
I want you to meet Gurleen. Gurleen was actually able to score a band 8 in IELTS speaking. She actually only prepared for 20 days, which I found so inspirational. Thanks to Gurleen's consistency and perseverance, she saw a drastic change in her English, all because she stuck to a plan. Make sure you listen till the end, because Gurleen actually provides insights on how exactly you can score a band 7, 8, or 9 in IELTS speaking, and you may find this information useful. What's your name?
My name is Gurleen.
Gurleen, nice to meet you. And have you ever taken the IELTS exam before?
Yes, I have.
Nice. So what band score did you get in the speaking section?
In the speaking section, I got 8 bands.
Oh, nice. Great. So what advice could you give to students who are looking to prepare for the speaking section?
My only advice would be that you need to practice speaking a lot if you want to be fluent, and then if you want your words to be like very precise and clear. I mean, it's not like science, not that difficult. It just needs practice, and I did it in like 20 to 30 days. So yeah, if you have a nick for English, then it's got to be like no big deal for you. But if you don't, then too it's okay. Like you can just find another ways to engage with English, like watching movies, shows, whichever interests you, because you have to love it in order to be good at it.
Exactly. You have to put in the effort in order to see the
Yeah,
results,
because
right? And so a lot of students often feel scared or nervous when they speak English. Any idea what they can do to overcome these?
Yes, I was once in that place when I thought that maybe I was even below average. There were times when you lack confidence because there's nobody out there to tell you you're doing good sometimes. But at those times, all you need to do is like, if you think if you lack confidence, then find that thing in yourself which you need to correct. If you will focus after every time you speak, and if you have an instructor telling you there's a mistake, you need to note that down. And then the next time, just make sure you don't make the same mistake.
Yes, I think that's the issue with a lot of students is when you give them feedback as a teacher, it's what they do with that feedback. Do they put action in it, or do they just ignore it? And that's the only way you will improve in your English for sure.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I just wanted to ask any last minute tips or advice you could give.
Last minute advice is, in the middle of your speaking, even if you make mistakes, that's totally fine. I even made a mistake and then I said a word thrice, but still I got 8 bands. So that means that confidence is what you need. Even if you make mistakes, after that you need to get back on it. You just can't lose it.
You can't just be like, oh, I screwed up and
now
that's
it's over.
It's over. Yes, you just continue. Well, I wanted to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
One thing I really appreciated about Gurleen is that she talks about the importance of practicing your English every single day and finding different ways, right? So if you're not somebody who likes to read books, then maybe you can watch TV shows or listen to podcasts that would benefit you and your English speaking skills. Also, another strategy that is super important that you should be doing every day is actually practice speaking to a friend, asking for advice, literally asking your friend, hey, how did I use that word? How exactly do you think I should use this vocabulary word in this instance? So that way you are actually getting feedback. And like she mentioned about feedback, it's super important that once you receive that feedback, whether it be from a friend or a course, that you actually implement that feedback into your strategies. In addition to this, Gerlina also mentions the importance of actually not giving up. Becoming confident is super essential in your success in IELTS speaking, especially when you are facing the examiner on exam day. You need to build to that gradually. So with that being said, having confidence makes a big difference on your IELTS speaking journey. If you feel like you are not confident in speaking English, you're hesitant in your speech, or you're limited in your vocabulary, then make sure you check the description box down below, because I actually have an IELTS Speaking Band 7 in 7 days course. This course was created for students like Gerline and like yourself who are looking for quick results in the IELTS speaking section. You will see a drastic change in your speaking within 7 days. If you put in the work, guys, you will see the results. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my YouTube channel for more student success stories and IELTS speaking strategies. I hope to see you soon. This is Kamal from India. Kamal and I had a speaking mock test where I scored him a 6.5. So I want you to carefully listen to the conversation him and I had. Make sure you keep watching, because you'll actually find the feedback quite useful if you are preparing for the IELTS speaking test. Hi, welcome to the IELTS speaking exam. Can you tell me your name?
Hi, my name is Kamaljit Singh and my friend usually call me Kamal.
Okay, and do you study or work?
Well, now I'm working, but before I was studying.
Okay, and how do you commute to work every day?
Every day I commute by my own car.
Okay.
And my job is from 9 to 5. So casually I work on weekdays, but on sometime weekends. So It's easy for me to commute with my car.
And can you tell me approximately how long it takes you to get to work every day?
So basically I take only 25 minutes. But when there is traffic, then it can take up to 35 to 40 minutes.
Okay. And do you live in the same city that you work in?
No, I live in Brampton, but I work in Mississauga.
So have a careful look at the feedback I provided for Kamal. For fluency and coherence, Kamal had very minimal hesitations throughout his answers in part 1, and he spoke in a very coherent manner. Kamal provides good fluency with minimal hesitations. This made it easy to follow the information that he was discussing. And for lexical resource, Kamal actually used a wide range of vocabulary and used words such as traffic, weekdays, and commute. This shows the examiner that he is able to actually understand what is being said and give a response with related vocabulary words. But if he was able to provide a wider range of vocabulary to describe his work or study, this would help him score a higher band. And for grammatical range or accuracy, Kamal actually mentions a sentence about "it's easy for me to commute in my car." This could be improved by saying something more like "commuting with my car is convenient." And now we are entering part 2 of the exam. In part 2, I am going to provide you with a list of questions, and I will give you 1 minute to prepare your answer to speak for a full 2 minutes. So before I send you off for 1 minute, the questions you have to answer are: tell me about someone you admire. Who are they? Why do you admire them? And what do you like about them? So I'm going to give you 1 minute to prepare your answer to speak for a full 2 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Welcome back. I'm going to set a timer now for you to speak for a full 2 minutes.
I admire most my father from since my childhood. I saw him working in army, and then after even he retired, he continued work with security officer jobs. And I really like his hustle and the hard work he did. So today I am in Canada. It's all the story behind this all is to my father. He did a lot of hard work to help me to reach here, and now I have to follow the same path after him. So who are they? He is my father, and he is the one who teach me every life lessons in my life. Yeah, it's sad news for me as well, because in 2019 he got the news he got expired in accident. But the thing it motivated me, the inspiration I get from him and the talent he have is like he win a lot of awards in the army as well. And I really like his courage. Like he's the one from my whole village who went to the army and really make a big change in my graph of my family, which reached to this point. So my family really support me everywhere, but the father is the one who care a lot. Even I am at the abroad, he is the one who taking care of me financially or mentally as well. He gave me all the life lessons I have now, and I am still following his path to become successful in my life.
So in part 2, some areas of improvement include using less filler words. There were a lot of times where Kamal said a lot just to fill in his thoughts. If you don't know what to say or to how to respond to the answer, just think quietly. Do not use filler words like because this would actually jeopardize your score. Kamal mentioned something like, he is the one who teaches me life lessons in life. One way to improve this sentence is to say, he is the one who taught me every life lesson in my life. This way you are paying attention to the verb tense. So now we are entering part 3 of the speaking exam. I'm going to ask you a few questions. So can you tell me, do you prefer coffee or tea?
I prefer tea because I drink twice in a day, and since my childhood my mom used to make tea for me, and I really like the taste.
Great. And what's your favorite type of tea you like?
I am Indian, so I really like the Indian tea, which have red label tea bags on it, and then it's quite brownish because they put 2 milk and then sugar in it, and there is a lot of type of teas are there.
Okay, and can you tell me some of the tea flavors in India?
In India, they have a lot of flavors there, like tea masala and Kashmiri chai or Kadak chai, and they also have different tea bags from Assam, and they all have different texture and flavors. So yeah, there is a lot of teas in India, but my favorite is the honey tea I make myself.
Great. So when do you usually like to drink your tea, in the morning or the evening?
Well, I drink both time because in the morning I have job, so I drink in the early morning. It keeps me awake and fresh, and then at the evening time I feel more relaxed and calm while drinking the tea.
So when you have guests at your house, do you usually serve them coffee or tea?
We ask them both actually, and yeah, usually they prefer tea, and then I prepare it myself, and then we also give some cookies with them.
Oh, very nice. Thank you for your time. The IELTS speaking exam is over now. In part 3 for fluency and coherence, Kamal was able to demonstrate a very clear and coherent answers throughout his responses. The responses were generally well structured and coherent, which made it easy for me to understand what exactly he was talking about or how he was responding to the answers in part 3. And for lexical resource, he was able to use lots of different related vocabulary such as taste, flavors, relaxed, and this actually showcased his ability to speak English in these different contexts. And one thing I really liked how he responded to certain questions in part 3 was he actually provided his personal preference and what he prefers. And for grammatical range and accuracy, there was one thing I wanted to point out is that he mentioned that I drink twice in a day. If you are able to improve your sentence by saying, I drink tea twice a day, this would be the correct way to structure your sentence when you are responding to the examiner. And lastly, guys, his pronunciation was great throughout part 3. There was no difficult words he was not able to pronounce throughout his sentences. And remember, this is so important. Do not use words you are not able to pronounce because this would actually affect your score. I want you to have a careful listen at this IELTS speaking mock test that I completed with my student Ash. Ash is from India and she was given a band 7 based on her answers. Make sure you watch till the end because I do provide her feedback that you will find beneficial for yourself if you are preparing for the IELTS speaking test. Hello, welcome to the IELTS speaking exam. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Ashpreet, but my friends like to call me Ash.
And do you work or do you study?
So for now I'm working. I finished my studies like in 2020. Now I'm working full-time as a site supervisor.
And what exactly did you study?
So I studied early childhood education. So it was a 2-year program and I got training with the kindergartners and the second grade kids as well.
And do you live in a house or an apartment?
Now I'm living in a house. I share it with my friends, few of us live there, because that way it makes it easier for us to pay the rent.
Great. And how many bedrooms are in your house?
It's a 3-bedroom house, so it's divided. One is the master bedroom, the other ones are the normal size, so we divided that way.
So here's some feedback on the responses Ash gave in the part 1 section. For fluency and coherence, Ash was able to respond to the answers in a very coherent manner. There were only very few minor pauses throughout her answers, and her responses were very well structured. And for grammatical range and accuracy, Ash barely had any grammar errors throughout her answers, which helped her get the band 7. For lexical resource, Ash gave a solid response and provided different vocabulary words for the given topic. She said things like site supervisor, early childhood education, which identifies that Ash was in fact confident throughout her responses for discussing words that relate to the given topic. And Ash's pronunciation for the part 1 responses were very clear throughout her answers. So now we are entering part 2 of the examination, and I'm going to give you 1 minute to prepare your answer, and you will need to speak for a full 2 minutes. So the question I'm going to ask you to prepare for is, tell me about a gift you received. How did you use it? How was it beneficial to you, and who gave it to you? So I'm going to set a timer and give you 1 minute to prepare your answer, and then after 1 minute you will need to speak for a full 2 minutes.
Okay.
So could you go ahead and answer the question for me?
So the gift that I received was on Christmas. It was Christmas bonus from my workplace. And with that money, I bought clothes, gifts for my parents, and also I got to visit my parents back home. I was able to buy a ticket to go back home. Yeah, that way it was really very easy because I saved a lot of money because I was able to use that bonus money instead. And my parents, all of them were really happy to see me. My brother was excited about the gifts he was going to receive. And in those gifts, I bought few things that those were really special for my brother. I bought Nike shoes for my brother. So he was asking for those shoes from so long. So when I got those shoes for him, He was excited. He was excited about his athletic meet, and he was able to take participation in all the games and sports. Yeah, he enjoyed his birthday. He wore those shoes. He was telling his friends, oh, my sister bought it for me, and it was a really lovely moment for me. So I bought iPad for my brother. He needed it to study because he's in his 12th grade right now. And now he's studying well. He's able to do his studies online as well. Everyone was really happy. I was able to see my grandparents. So they are nearby their 60s now. So it was really good. I was able to spend time with them. And it was a whole really emotional moment, gathering those memories with them. And now, once I'm back, I'm able to see those memories and just remember the good days we had together.
So now we are entering part 3 of the exam. So can you tell me a gift you have gave to someone in the past?
So recently when I went back home, so I bought Nike shoes for my brother. There were 2 reasons behind buying those shoes. The first one was he had an athletic meet that was coming soon. Second reason was his birthday.
Great. And so was this gift planned from before?
Actually it was, because I knew his birthday was coming soon and I was planning to go back home for my vacation as well. But I didn't know about the athletic meet that he had. So basically for me it was just a birthday gift for him.
Okay, great. And how did they react? How did your brother react when he got the gift?
He was not expecting that gift from me, because I told him, oh, these are the expensive shoes, I am not able to get them, but because of that Christmas bonus that I got. So that helped me a lot to buy those shoes for him, and he was all excited and surprised at the same time. And yeah, he was able to enjoy his athletic meet wearing those shoes.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. The speaking module is over and you may leave now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for part 2, for fluency and coherence, I noticed that Ash actually repeated a few words such as my brother a few times. And this is something that you should avoid when you are responding to the examiner. Try to use synonym language like my brother one time and then maybe say he the next time. So that way you are actually demonstrating a wide range of vocabulary words. And for grammatical range, one area of improvement for Ash would be that she mentions a sentence like, I was able to see the memories and just remember the good days we had together. So instead of saying see the memories, you could say something like cherish the memories or reminisce the good old days. So that way you are actually responding like a native English speaker would. And for coherence, I would say that the responses in part 2 seemed a bit all over the place. It's important that when you are responding to the examiner, you actually structure your answer correctly. So maybe you want to talk about the gift first, how it was received, where it was received, so that way the examiner can follow along your answers in a well-structured manner. So keep this in mind when you are practicing for the part 2 section, so that way you don't run into this issue. You should always work on having a clear introduction first, then you should go on to details about the gift and how exactly it was received, and respond to all the questions the examiner is looking for. And for part 3, fluency and coherence was great in Ash's responses, but I noticed there was some minor hesitations and pauses throughout Ash's answers in part 3. It's important that you try to use smooth transition words throughout your sentences, so that way the examiner knows or understands that you are discussing another idea. And for lexical resource, Ash actually used a wide range of vocabulary that related to the topic that was being discussed. Words such as Christmas bonus and vacation actually show the examiner your ability to speak English at a high level, so that was great for Ash's responses in part 3. And for grammatical range and accuracy, Ash showed a decent understanding of grammar rules, close. However, there were some minor errors that I would like to point out. For instance, there was one part Ash said, "How did they react?" Should have actually been, "How did he react?" Because you are talking about your brother, so you want to make sure that you say he instead of they. And finally, her pronunciation was solid in part 3, which helped her score a band 7. And finally, her pronunciation was great in the responses she gave in the part 3 section. Can you tell me your full name?
Well, my name's Masum. You may call me as Masum.
Great. And can I see your ID, please?
Of course, here it is.
Thank you. And where are you from?
Well, currently I live at Uttar Badda in Dhaka city. I basically from Shariatpur, which is northern district of Bangladesh.
Great. And what do you enjoy doing on your free time?
Well, it would be better for me if I go outside or hang out with my friend and family members. I also it is I get some entertainment as well as refresh my mind, and because it is one kind of mental satisfaction. And
Great. And how do you usually spend your weekends?
well, I generally spend my weekend going to outside a shopping mall, restaurant, as well as zoo, visiting zoo. And for instance, today I went zoo, which is situated at Mirpur with my family members, in order to get unwind and as well as to get some entertainment. So it is the most best. It is the most way to refresh my mind as well as time.
Great. And how do you usually spend your weekends?
Well, as I said earlier, that going to outside in shopping mall as well as art gallery with my family member friend to refresh my mind as well as in order to get unwind, and I mostly prefer to do that.
Great. And so, is there a particular hobby or activity you would like to start in the future?
Well, certainly, if I have sufficient time, especially for weekend and even after office, and I will try to involve with gym activities. It is very much helpful. It is very much needed for me in order to be enough fit and also keep me away from many diseases, especially obesity.
Great. So now we are entering part 2 of the IELTS speaking exam. I will be giving you 1 minute to prepare your answer to speak for a full 2 minutes. All right.
Okay.
So let me show you the question. So the question I'd like you to answer today is, describe a celebration that is important in your culture. How is it celebrated? Why is it significant to you and your community? And do you think celebrations have changed over the years? So I will give you 1 minute now and you could go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, time's up, Mr. Masoom. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, in our community, celebration is given high priority. Especially in two times in a year. First of all, first one is Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Basically, Eid al-Fitr is one of the biggest celebration for the Bengali Muslim, and it is one kind of tradition. As far as I do believe that it is celebrated with prayer, uh, from where a number of Muslim people are celebrated with performing, especially in the daytime. That is the just on just this prayer is occurred on the for Eid al-Adha and Fitr, and it is very significant in our community because it is one kind of tradition. Not only is that, but also in our community, we are used to do that as a tradition. So, well, in many and several ways, this celebration or also the cultural celebration has changed several ways. First of all, in nowadays, all our relatives are invited to get together in certain places from where they can share and sorrow and the problem as well as joy and enjoy with their other. For instance, last year, I also gathered in one of my relatives' house. At that time, I also shared my lots of uh, affections as well as some mental peace. From where also they also supported me how I can overcome my monotonous and problem. And besides, it is also commonly believed that our relatives also are invited in our in our relatives' house to another relative house. The way they can our bonding can be stronger as long as we alive. So because as we are social being, stronger having strong relationship is given vital aspect in order to get help to one another. Not only that, but also it's a social norm. So this is because actually these are the ways our cultural celebration has been changed throughout the couple of years.
Great, great answer. And so we are now entering part three of the exam. How do celebrations contribute to cultural identity?
Well, uh, in many ways, our celebration has been contributing in order to promote our culture and identity as we are Bangladeshi. So, it is commonly believed that whenever we celebrate our Eid or Eid al-Fitr and Adha, then if another religion or another country's people see how we gather and also share the many things, and when we show our hospitality, it is one kinds of positive emotion impression. And when this in many times this can be shown to the others cultural people. So it is one kind of promotion our cultural identity. Not only
Yes.
is that, but also our in our Bengali celebration sometimes. I mean, Pohela Boishakh is one of them. Whenever we celebrate in Bangladesh, by this time, our Western people also they often join with us to celebrate to see how the beautiful moment can be created with the Bengali people. So it is one kind of cultural identity as well as promotion, branding, I should say. Actually, so far I do believe that by this way, our cultural identity can be promoted throughout the world.
Great. And in what ways have modern celebrations been influenced by global trends?
Well, as far as I can believe that our young generation nowadays the way of celebrating system has been changed tremendously compared to the couple of years back. So, so far I have assumed that our young generations often feel better to celebrate any cultural program or a spirit over the online, when virtual communication like video call or posting any photos whenever they take in different types of food items to another people whom, so they often post it and also share some comments. It is one kind of bias celebration as well as to promote themselves or to get to know for the others people how they celebrated or how the hospital invited us. So it is the one kind of change, diversification that can be seen compared to the past for nowadays.
Great. And do you think traditional celebrations will continue to be important in the future?
Certainly, I do believe that our traditional celebration will be continuing until we death, and also the benefit as well as the positive thing will be increased day by day, because it is not only one kind of rules or thing, but also it is one kind of uh, refreshing mind as well as get together to stronger the bonding to each other, not only family but also our religion as well as the society. So from this sense, there is no way to be loose, to be demolished. Certainly, I do believe that it will be increased. For instance, our young generations often show lots of interest to celebrate our cultural program as well as religious program. Even they also take preparation earlier, 3 to 5 days earlier, because they are always enthusiastic to participate, even not only physically but also virtually. So that means this promotion is being increased tremendously, and it will be continued. It will be continued day by day.
Great. And what impact can celebrations have on a communities on a community in general?
Well, in spite of having lots of positive sign of celebrating our cultural program, there are also some have drawbacks that should not be denied. First of all, in our country, celebration, some of the few people they try to do some illegal activities on the name of celebration, like 31st night. It is one kind of celebration throughout the world, but there are also it is in many cases I think it is better to invite the new year. They have lots of plan to do many things. Yes, it is good, but on the other hand, there are also some illegal activities that can be occurred. Some few classes of people. It is one kind of negative aspect that I often relate in our society. So, and although these are the things quite marginal compared to the positive things, so but these other things are remain still now, and maybe it will be continue. So far, I have experienced.
Great. Great. Thank you. The IELTS speaking test is over now. I'd like to provide you with some more comprehensive feedback based on the band descriptors. So, what I'd like to say about fluency and coherence, one thing you were able to do is to keep the conversation flow. You had a few filler words like which is okay because you were just trying to look for the right words to use. And if you want to increase your band score, I would say more than using the filler words like and these type of words, try to say things like, let me think about that. Oh, that's a great question. I'm just thinking about that. Things like this would show the examiner your confidence in actually understanding uh, the question, right? So you're just taking a moment to think of an idea. And another great tip I'd like to say is to try to paraphrase the question. So, for example, I asked you a question like, is there a particular hobby or activity you would like to do in the future? You instead of saying, yeah, one hobby I'd love to do in the future is, maybe you could say something like one leisure activity I'd love to work towards, or I'm very passionate about is, right? So you could show the examiner that you are comfortable with using paraphrasing and synonym words. And for vocabulary and lexical resource, you use different vocabulary words, which was amazing. You had points for everything. But one tip, once again, I'd like to give to increase your band score is maybe use more synonym words, as I mentioned earlier. And then for grammatical range and accuracy, you use simple structures, but not that many complex structures. So one thing I want to note is if you'd like to uh, improve your overall band score, there's two things I want to say is before I tell you how to improve in this is you did amazing. You had points for everything, but try to slow down your speech and just discuss the main points and make it a little shorter. Your answers in part 3, I felt that they were a bit too long. So I don't want the examiner to uh, give you a lower score because you spoke too much, you know? And for pronunciation, I wanted to say you did amazing. I kept trying to listen in to see if you pronouncing any particular words wrong or letters wrong, but you did a great job. I want you to have a close listen to John. John is actually a native English speaker and has lived in Canada for most of his life. John and I actually had a conversation where I asked him some IELTS speaking questions that you would get on your exam. So I want you to make sure you listen till the end because I provide him with feedback at the end of this video that you may find useful for your own IELTS speaking preparation. Hello, how are you today?
I'm doing very well. Yourself?
I'm good, thank you. What is your name?
My name is John.
And is there another name you would like me to call you?
Well, some people call me Johnny, but you can call me John if you like.
Where are you from?
Well, I'm originally from Spain, but I came to Canada really young, so I pretty much grew up here.
So do you work or are you a student?
I work full-time right now.
So do you work or are you a student?
I work full-time as a software developer.
Do you prefer to work in the mornings or the evenings?
Well, I work a salary position, so that allows me to have a flexible schedule, so I can decide whether I want to work in the mornings or the evenings. But I myself do prefer to work in the mornings because I find myself to be more productive.
Where do you live?
I live in Toronto, and I moved here 2 years ago when I started as a software developer.
And do you live in an apartment or in a house?
I live in an apartment.
Okay, and how many bedrooms are there in your apartment?
My apartment has 2 bedrooms.
What room is your favorite in your house?
My favorite room is my bedroom because I have my home office set up there. So sometimes when I'm off work, I can also enjoy surfing the net on my computer.
So what are some amenities that are included in your building?
Some of the amenities that are included in my apartment are a squash court, a weight room, and a basketball court.
Do you like where you live?
Yeah, I do like where I live because it's in the city and I really enjoy being around people.
And if there was one thing you could change about your neighborhood, what would it be?
Well, it would be nice if we had a bigger weight room because the one we have right now is really small and it gets really busy.
What do you like most about your neighborhood?
I like that my neighborhood has a lot of small parks nearby, and that's really convenient for me because I have small children, and then whenever I need to take them somewhere and if they're bored, I can just take them to the closest park nearby.
What are some changes you'd like to see in your neighborhood?
Generally speaking, I enjoy where I live, but it would be nice if there were more gyms available because my weekly routine consists of me going to the gym.
Would you prefer to live somewhere else?
I honestly prefer to live in Canada because this is where I grew up, so this is where I call home.
Do you like your hometown?
Yes, I do like my hometown because I get to experience all 4 seasons, so it's really nice.
Do you like your hometown?
I do like my hometown because it's really multicultural and there's also a lot of opportunities for work here.
Do you recommend Canada to young people?
I absolutely recommend Canada because it has a lot of opportunities and career paths that you can choose. Yes, I absolutely recommend Canada because it has a lot of opportunities for career growth as well as education.
So where would you like to live in the future?
I would like to live in Dubai because there's a lot of opportunity for career growth.
What are some tourist attractions in your hometown?
Well, there are a couple tourist attractions. One of them is Canada's Wonderland, which is a big theme park where everyone can go with their families.
What are some tourist attractions in your hometown?
Well, Toronto has many tourist attractions, but one of the main monuments people like to visit is the CN Tower because you really get to have a bird's eye view of the whole city.
Can you tell me if they have hair salons in Canada or barber shops?
Yeah, they actually have both. They have hair salons and barber shops. I tend to see women going more to salons and men going to barbershops.
How often do you get a haircut usually?
I get a haircut about once a month.
And have you ever had a bad haircut?
I've had a bad haircut once. The barber wasn't quite sure on what he was doing or wasn't experienced, I would say.
And have you ever had a bad haircut?
Yes, I've had a bad haircut once where the barber actually cut my hair pretty short. So that was quite a bad experience for me that day.
What type of foods are your favorite to eat?
I really like eating spaghetti. And I like it because you can add a little bit of Parmesan on top, so that really gives it a good flavor.
Do you enjoy watching movies?
Yes, I do enjoy watching movies. One of my favorite actors is actually Denzel Washington, so I really enjoy the movies he's in.
What is one thing you don't like to do daily?
I find it hard getting up early in the morning, but then I realize that I can get so much more done throughout the day.
Do you use a wallet?
Yes, I use a small wallet that can hold all of my cards.
So one aspect I would like to discuss is John's pronunciation and fluency throughout his responses were very clear and very concise. He was also able to maintain a steady pace throughout his responses. And for grammatical range, John actually used different range of sentence structures throughout his answers, and he also used appropriate tenses throughout his answers. And for vocabulary range, he used a wide range of vocabulary. He used different words such as theme park, multiculturalism, career growth, opportunities, and these are all wonderful words to use based on the topic that was being asked. And for coherence, John did an excellent job because he gave answers that were well structured for each given question. And he also provided lots of details and examples for every question that was asked. So can you tell me your name?
My full name is Ragib Hassin. You can call me by my first name, Ragib.
Great. And where are you from?
Could you repeat again?
I think. Oh, where are you from?
I'm from Bangladesh, and right now I live in Dhaka city over there.
Do people use technology in your country?
Certainly, in my country, maximum people use different kind of technology, such as right now people use Facebook, WhatsApp, and most popular app is ChatGPT because by using this app, they can easily get lots of information, and they are also solve for different kind of mathematicals and another problem in their daily activities.
Great. So maybe you could talk about what devices they use as well, such as their phones to access ChatGPT or their computers or their laptops. So remember that for the next question. How often do people use technology How often do you use technology in your daily life?
In my daily life, I use technology several times because right now technology is one of the most important part in our life. Such as I use my mobile phone and laptop minimum 5 to 6 hours for my study purposes, and that's why I have to say that it is a part of my life.
Great. And what is your favorite technological device and why?
I already mentioned that I use a computer, laptop, and mobile devices right now, and my favorite technological device is my smartphone because by using this type of smartphone, I can learn different things. I can take pictures, I can listen music, and watch movies. That's why I want to say that this is my favorite technological device.
Yes, because it's very easily accessible, right? Because you always have it. Great answer. And do you think technology has made communication easier or more complicated?
In my point of view, I think technology made our life much more easier than past, because by using technology we can easily communicate all over the world, and we that will be very easier for us to send any kind of message to our relatives, our friends, and our boss. So I think it's made our life more easier.
Yes. And a great answer. Are there any technological advancements you're looking forward to in the future?
Certainly. I think right now Elon Musk, he's working very hard to doing some advanced technology in upcoming future, such as he's working for SpaceX, and he has a dream to send the people to the moon and to the Venus. That's why I also have a great vision that he might be success for his new advantages for upcoming technology. So definitely, I think in future I'll find out something new.
Great. So, Ragib, do you have a pen and paper for part two? I will give you 1 minute to prepare your answer for describe a piece of technology you find very useful. You should say what it is, how you use it, why you find it useful, and explain how it has impacted your life. Let me know when you are ready, and I will time you for 1 minute.
Okay, I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can I start?
Oh, you're ready? All right, go ahead.
Uh, in this contemporary era, technology made our life more easier than before, and there are lots of technology in our surroundings. But today I'm going to talk about one of my favorite and useful technology. Uh, that name is computer. Computer is one of the most popular and useful device all over the world. Maximum people all over the world they use computer for various purposes, and I use for my daily purpose, such as my made my assignment, or sending emails, or doing lots of activities such as playing games and watching movies. I find it very useful, because by using this types of technology, right now people can doing lots of tasks. They are developing different kind of software that made people life more easier than before, and it has a great impact for our daily life, because uh, by using these types of technology, people can do their task easier than before, and they can easily fix all of the problem whatever they have. However, by this technology, people are changing their life and made their life more comfortable. So I think it's very impact or in my life, and all over the world also.
Great, great. Good answer. Let's try to think of some synonym words we could use for instead of mentioning like technology every time. Maybe we could say my mobile device one time, right? Can you think of any other synonym words you could use for your device? My smartphone, like you said, is another one. And just so we could show the examiner that we know different words to describe our our technological device. So mobile device. What was the other word I just said? About my smartphone, and maybe we could use another word to describe the technological device we are talking about. So that way we can show that our vocabulary words we could use different vocabulary words to describe and get a higher band score, right? Does that make sense?
Sure, ma'am. I'll
Yeah,
try
great,
to
great.
add some vocabulary.
Yes, great work. Okay, let's do part 3. How do you think technology has changed the way people work in recent years?
Uh, as I perceive that technology changes people life nowadays, and the way people work right now from their home, and they can doing lots of financial work, such as some people they work from home, and all over the world they can easily contract with their boss and their uh, all their colleagues, and easily can fulfill their task nowadays. For example, during the COVID situation, lots of people they are doing lots of uh, work from their home, and that's a great advantages of our technology.
Great, great. What are the advantages and disadvantages of people using social media and technology for communication?
Uh, I think there are lots of advantages than the disadvantages of using social media and technology for communication. As you know that by using the technology right now, people can spread lots of messages all over the world about the advantages of our educations and our communication, our society, and new discovery. On the other hand, there are some little bit disadvantages of communication, such as some news media and some people they are spreading bad news or some wrong information that might be very uh, harmful for
Harmful?
our society, or I think it will be very uh, tough for our society that they will suffer by these types of messages.
Great. I like that. I like that you really explained both the advantages and disadvantages, and you came up with ideas. So that was great. How do you see the role of technology evolving in education in the future?
Um, I think technology play a vital role for educations, and in future it might be very useful for all over the world. Right now, people are using multimedia for the educate our children, and in the classroom they are using different kind of technology, such as in medical student they can learn different kind of things by using technology. On the other hand, the engineering student they are getting lots of advanced technology that will be very useful to learn different things that was absent in past. So I think in future they will get some advanced technology that might be very beneficial for their educations as well as their uh, learning.
Great, great answer. And I like that you even gave an example of what uh, children are using in the classroom today, which was great. And in what ways has technology affected traditional forms of entertainment, like reading books or watching movies?
uh, in my opinion, I think there are some little effect of traditional forms of the environment, like reading books or watching movies. uh, I think by watching different kind of movies on TV or something social media, people are forget their traditional activities, or our they don't like to travel all over the world. They can easily get the information on movies or books, so that might be affected our traditions, because by using these types of technology people are very lazy nowadays, so that is affected their life as well as our tradition.
Great. Great work at answering all the questions, Ragib. You used great sense of sentence structure. You were able to give lots of details for each question, which is great. Try to, as I mentioned earlier, just try to use a little bit more synonym words. Like for example, if the question says technology, instead of saying I think the role of technology, try to use a synonym word for technology to show the examiner that you understand the question and you could think of another word to mention instead of what is mentioned in the question. That's always my trick to all my students is never use the same word in your answer, at least in the opening sentence in your answer that's written in the question, because this would score you a higher band if you're able to do this. So great sense of answers. Just curious, when are you planning to take your exam?
Okay, ma'am, I'm planning after 1 month because I already sit for IELTS, but at that moment I have made a bad score on my reading, so I have to sit again.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. You'll do great. Just remember to practice daily and really you have to identify your weak points in order to improve on them, you know? So you're doing great. I'm glad that you've identified that part 3 is very hard for you. So you're going to concentrate more on answering the part 3 instead of all the other parts, for example. Can you tell me your full name and where you are from?
Of course. Well, my first name is Hussam, and my last name is Muhammad. And if you want to call me, you can call me Hussam. Of course, I am from Egypt.
Great. And maybe you can add what city in Egypt you live in.
Oh, yeah, of course. Originally, I am from Mansoura. Mansoura is the big city in the Delta, in the middle of Delta, and people say about it's the mermaid of Delta because, of course, it has a lot of wonderful places and picturesque museums and breathtaking places.
Great answer. And what are some of your favorite hobbies or interests?
Well, without a shadow of a doubt, every one of us and everyone has his hobbies and interests. But if I want to talk about myself, of course, my first hobby is playing football. Yeah, and also I have indoor hobby, like yeah, reading, because I think that reading is shaping the mind and the personality of a person.
Great answer. Great answer. So how do you typically spend your weekends?
Yeah, you come to the for me weekends is my favorite, and I think that is my favorite for all because we are work around the clock during the weekdays, and actually during weekdays I have a tight schedule, so I don't have any time to spend it. So therefore weekends in weekends I like to do a lot of activities, but first and foremost I like to spend quality time with my family, and sometimes also I like to put my feet up and take a rest.
Nice, great. And next question, do you enjoy reading books? Why or why not?
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, people describe me as a bibliophile because I like to collect books and I like to buy new books. uh, I can say because of course I am a teacher, so I like of course to get all new and updated books to be of course updated also and know a lot of things. From the other hand, it's I think it's one of my hobbies, of course, to read books in different aspects, and also reading of course is my cup of tea. and I like to do it. But now, because I told before that I don't have any, I have free time, a lot of free time. So I read only on weekends or when I find myself free.
Great. And great use of idioms. You said my cup of tea, so that was great. And how about the next question? What kind of music do you like and why?
Mm. You come to something is, yeah, well, I can say I am not into music. So I don't like to listen to music. But if I have a choice, I can choose the classic music because, of course, I think the modern one is not good, of course, for listening, especially for us, and because it doesn't raise our public taste. But the classic one, you can find quality. You can find quality word, good melody, and also good voices. Yeah. For example, sometimes I like to listen to Kulthum. It's a great singer, of course, in Egypt, and she had a lot of good songs. And actually, I have learned a lot of lessons from her songs.
Great, great answer. So, you answered great answers. You were very detailed in part one. Before we move on to part two, one tip I want to give you for part one is because if we talk too long in or we give too long of an answer, the examiner will actually stop you and say, "Okay, next question." And this may affect your band score. So the tip I always give students for each answer, try to answer at least with 3 sentences maximum only. So what is your favorite hobbies and interests? Just 3 sentences. So that way the examiner sees that you are aware of how you are structuring your answers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I
Yes.
got it. I got it. Thank you so
Great.
much.
No problem. Okay, let's move on to part two. Hussam, I'm going to give you 1 minute to prepare your answer to speak for a full 2 minutes. Part two question says, describe a famous person you admire. You should say who is the person, why you admire them, and how they have influenced you or others. So I'm going to set the timer for 1 minute so you prepare your answer. Are you ready?
Yeah. No, seconds to bring
Oh,
a pen and paper.
sure, go ahead. Yes, Rajib, you could go next, please. Join the link. As I mentioned in the description box of the Facebook event, you will see the link there. And you could join after Hussam.
Okay, now is okay.
Yes, okay, ready, set, go. All right, time's up. Are you ready?
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
Of course, we are people, so we have met a lot of well-known persons or well-known people in my life. But if I wanna choose one, Of course, I will choose one from my country, who is Muhammad Salah, the great player, football player in Liverpool. And my choice for that person because of many reasons. First and foremost, he is from Egypt. On top of that, he is second to none for many people. Furthermore, although he is very famous, he mingles all people respectfully and also with a kind way. Um, we can say he has a good and a positive impact on youth and also on the old because of his situations in life. Yeah, and for example, his situation with the poor people, whether in Egypt or in England, he likes to help them by money and also by the other way. Um, I can add also something that comes to my mind now about him. He has come from an average family, but now he is one of the top and one of the top notch people all over the world because of his skills in playing football, and also he transfers and moves from one club to the other clubs. All in all, when I am talking about this person, I feel that I am on cloud nine because actually he is one of the influenced people and one of the celebrities.
Yeah, he's one of the most influential people. Very great answer. Good answer. You answered all of the three questions: who the person is, why you admire them, and how they have influenced you or others. You were just a little over your time. So always remember that. With not,
Overtables.
yeah,
Overtables.
yeah, like
Okay.
about 25 seconds. So always remember that. Try to structure your answers. Even for part two, I always recommend giving three sentences for each point: who the person is. This person's name is, what's his name? Mohammed Salah. He is the world's most famous soccer player. And one thing I really love about him is he's from my home country, Egypt. Then why you admire them? Move on. One reason why I admire him is because he scored the most goals, something like this, like you mentioned. So that was great. Great work, Hassam. Let's move on to part three. What qualities? Oh, why is my thing a little? Just give me 1 sec. Let me fix this so it's
Okay.
not so. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
What qualities do people generally admire in public figures or celebrities?
Um, from my perspective, that of course we have some characteristics and features should have in people or in influential people. But the most important one and the significant one is, they should have solid opinion or solid situations. They of course should influence in the other people by their actions and also by their words, because of course actions speak louder than words. So we don't only to like to hear from them, but I like to see their actions in front of me. So celebrities should do more than talk or speak.
Great, great answer. And how do famous individuals impact society and culture?
Yeah, it's a great question because of course the celebrities should have a social role and should influence and impact in their community. Like, for example, to share and participate in some campaign, yes, to raise the awareness for the youth towards a specific topic, for example. And for example, as I talked before, Muhammad Salah also, because he is one of the top celebrities, he participated 2 years ago in one of the campaign to raise the awareness, of course, of youth against addiction or against taking drugs. And it was, of course, a great campaign, and it achieved a great victory and influence on youth.
Great answer. So, are there any negative aspects of being a celebrity or public figure?
Well, let me think about that question. Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, everything, yeah, as you know, that everything has double faced, and one positive and the other negative. If you are celebrities, of course, you will have a fame, and all people will know you and something like that. On the other hand, we'll have, of course, some negative and harm and detrimental part. Like, for example, here, there is no privacy. You can't do what you want and where you want, because, of course, you can find all people eyes towards you. So it's very difficult, of course, to live your personal and private life. And of course, we have some people who follow the celebrities to spread their news and to take, for example, to achieve and to achieve the first rank and the first place in magazines and in newspapers. So, of course, I think it has a harmful aspects, of course, to be one of the celebrities and public figure.
Great answer. So, next one, Husam, in your opinion, should celebrities use their status to promote social or political causes?
Yeah, actually, because I am not an expert in that field, the field of policy and the field of something like that, but I am talking from my experience and from my perspective. I don't think so, because, of course, it affects negatively on them, because, of course, if they support any any political figure, or any the one who wants to be a president or something like that, it affects on his fame, and, of course, on his name, on his status. If this person fails, or if this person doesn't achieve or doesn't want to be a president. So I think it's better, of course, to avoid any types of political issues or political cases or political issues.
Great answer. And how about the last one? How has the role of celebrities changed with the rise of social media and technology?
Yeah, well, right. First and foremost, let's agree about the role of social media and technology. Now, yes, technology and social media, social platforms can raise some people and also down them. So, the role of those celebrities, it changed dramatically in the age and in the era of social media, because, of course, they should uh, participate, and also they should here to take the social media and these platforms as one of their platform that they spirit and yes, they write and yeah, exchange and exchange opinions and use the technology, of course. Okay, to be always in the image, because of course if you don't use the social media and the platforms and also the technology, of course you will disappear from the image. So if you want to be in the heart of the action, in the heart of the image, in the middle, of course you should use social media and technology. And you know, of course, a lot of celebrities now and their pages on Facebook and YouTube, they have more than 15 millions. So social media, of course, and technology, in a nutshell, social media and technology play a great role in the life of celebrities.
Great. I like your last answer, how you said in a nutshell, meaning in conclusion, so the examiner knows you're wrapping up your question or your answer. So that was great, Hassam. You did a great job. You gave lots of detailed questions or answers throughout all the different parts, 1, 2, and 3. Just always remember to have a structure of how you're going to answer your questions. But overall, you did great, like I said. And we are actually launching an IELTS speaking course very soon. Just like you said, sometimes we all need some structure or some roadmap to follow. So it will be a 7-day course that I will be teaching live over Zoom. I haven't finalized everything yet, but it will be launched in November sometime. If this is something you are interested in, make sure you sign up for the wait list. It will be in the description box. And just so you are aware when it is launched, and you could join it for sure. It would definitely help you. There's one section on pronunciation, there's one section on how to build your vocabulary. So there's 7 modules, and every day we concentrate on one module.
Actually, it's a great thing, of course, if I join you and participate with you in that program, in that course. But of course, let me think about that, of course, and I will join if I have time, because actually I am a teacher and I don't have
Oh, nice.
I
Great.
have a
What do
time.
you teach?
Yeah,
What do you teach?
I teach Arabic and Islamic studies.
Oh, nice. Very nice. That's great. Well, all our lectures will be recorded. So even though it will be live, it will be recorded. And it's at a good time like this, because I know, what time is it in Egypt now?
Now is 6:35.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a better time for most people because it's the evening. So I will make sure it's just a wait list. You will just get notified when we launch it and see if it works for you. If not, hopefully, I wish for the best for you.
Thank you so much for your effort and for
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you. I will, I hope to see you again on these lives.
Of course, without a shadow of a doubt. Yes.
Take care. Yes,
Yes.
take care. Bye now.
Bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. So we have somebody else on the line. Rajib has been waiting. Let's 1 second, guys. My computer is about a little slow today. Hi, Rajib. How are you?
Hello, ma'am. I'm fine.
How-
What's about you?
Great, thanks. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can, thanks. Can you hear me properly, Rajib?
Yes, sure. Yes, I hear you, ma'am.
All right. Guys, just
One sec, it seems like we're having some technical issues. Let's try to get Rajib back on the line. Hi, Rajib, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am.
Yes, okay, great. It wasn't joining you, I'm not sure why. How are you today? Good?
Yes, ma'am. I'm good today.
Great, great. So let's go through the questions. Let's start from the top. Can you tell me your full name and where you are from?
Well, my full name is Ragib Hasin. You can address me Ragib, and I'm from Bangladesh. And I right now I live in Dhaka.
Great. And what are your favorite hobbies or interests?
Actually, I have lots of favorite hobbies, but one of my favorite hobbies is gardening because of I have a lots of flower trees in my balconies and as well as outside of my home. So every day I always try to uh, give water to my plants, and I feel very comfortable whenever I take care of my trees.
Very nice. And how do you typically spend your weekends?
Actually, whenever I got time in weekend, I go outside with my friends for travel or different places where I do lots of activities over there, such as playing games and also doing some kind of activities such as social activities and try to give some food to the poor people.
Great, that's a great answer. Do you enjoy reading books? Why or why not?
Certainly, I always enjoy reading books for different purposes because I uh, got lots of information by reading books, and that's why I always try to learn something new. And I can enhance my knowledge by reading books that make me more comfortable and to become a good person or build my career. So that's why I try to read different kind of books from different museum and different places.
Great answer. I would even discuss what type of books do you like to read? Do you like to read fiction, nonfiction? Do you like to read suspense? Just just to help the examiner understand. How about the next one? What kind of music do you like?
Okay. I actually like folk music because in my country lots of traditional music over there and lots of Bengali people they always love to listen different kind of folk music, and that's why I always fond of this types of music, and I feel very peace and my heart leaves us with joy whenever I listen this types of music.
Great, great answer. So, Ragib, do you have a pen and paper for us to give you 1 minute to prepare your answer for part two, which the question says, describe a famous person you admire. You should say who is this person, why you admire them, and how they have influenced you or others. Let me
Okay, ma'am.
know if you have a pen and paper, and I will start the timer.
Yes, I have a pen and paper. You can.
Okay, go ahead. All right, time's up, Ragib. Ragib, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. In my entire life, I already met lots of famous person in my life, and I feel very comfortable, and I got lots of knowledge from them. However, today I'm going to talk about a person who I admire most. His name is Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and he's one of the most famous person in our country because he was the former prime minister of Bangladesh, and he had done lots of activities for our liberation war. Therefore lots of people they are always try to follow him and always try to inspire from his activities that he had done for our liberation war. Moreover, I want to say that I actually admire myself from his activities whatever he had done whenever we face difficulties, and he can easily solve all of this problem. I admire them for different purposes because I feel that by following this type of person, we can learn lots of things and we can easily learn enormous knowledge from this type of person. And they influence myself and all over the nation and the people whatever they see any kind of problem they can influence by his activities whatever he had done for our war. He has provided us lots of directions, and he always influences us by providing different kind of information strategies and how we can work for any kind of situation. He always motivated us. For this reason I think lots of people is influenced by his activities. That was the great activities he had done for our war.
Great. Oh, great. You were right on time. 43:48. That's awesome. Good job. You did great, Ragib. You answered each question, that who the person was, why you admire them, and how they've influenced you. So that's great. And I would even try to give like the last answer. You are going to wrap up, I would say. So, in conclusion, and I would mention the last sentence so the examiner knows you are ending your conversation. It just looks a little more structured. Like, say the same thing you said in your last sentence, but start the sentence with, so in conclusion, and the last sentence. Does that make sense?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, great work though. And in part three, what qualities do people generally admire in public figures or celebrities?
I think there are lots of qualities that people might have for generally admire the public figures or celebrities, such as their intellectual skills, their knowledge, and their activities that they have done their past to get the opportunities and success. So people always try to follow whatever they done and how they reached the top success. I think that are the most common things that people follow the public figures or celebrities.
Great work. And how do famous people impact society and culture?
I think the famous person they play an important role for our society and culture, such as whenever any individual famous person they are doing something good for any society, all of the world people they are very innovative and they are also try to do the same thing whatever the famous person done, and they are also inspired by their activities that play the important role, and our culture are also benefited by these types of activities whatever they are done for our society.
Great, great answer. Are there any negative aspects of being a celebrity or public figure?
Uh, I think no, because maximum celebrities they are always try to be something better for our society, and they are working very hard for our society. But sometimes some celebrities they are doing something uh, uh, bad news or something unwanted news that might be very harmful for our society. So that types of things may be uh, very dangerous for our society. So they might have to be care for these things.
Great answer. Next one. In your opinion, should celebrities use their status to promote social or political causes?
Uh, in my opinion, I think they should maintain the proper status and promote social or political causes because of different reason behind that. Because if they don't follow the rules and regulation, that might be very detrimental for our society. On the other hand, they can also do something better to promote our society by their activities. Uh, and I believe that if the celebrities they are using their status to promote our society, that might be very helpful for our society, and every people of the society they are also following whatever the celebrities done. So I think it play a vital role.
Great. And how has the role of celebrities changed with the rise of social media and technology?
Nowadays, celebrities changed lots of things by providing different kind of advertisement on social media and using different technologies, such as they are using a different kind of ads on smartphone and television. They are motivating people not to do any kind of unwanted work, or they might be suffer if they are doing this types of work. So they can easily influence people by using the social media such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, etc. And I think by using these types of technology, so the celebrities can easily deliver their speech all over the world. So that might be very useful for all of us.
Great work. Great answers, Ragib. I wanted to say thank you for your time. You answered with lots of detail throughout all the different parts. Great work. I hope to see you on another live soon.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
When are you planning to take your exam, Ragib?
I think next month.
Oh, that's exciting. I think you could do it.
Yeah, ma'am.
You're doing great. I hope to see you a few more times before you take your exam.
Yes, I try my best, but
Yes.
some kind of nervousness, and I have a lack of vocabulary. That's why was so tough for me to communicate. But I am
Yes.
trying my best to improve myself.
No, I see that's what I was discussing earlier. Don't ever think you need to learn so many different vocabulary words to become more confident. Confidence is something that you could overcome without learning so many new vocabulary words, so many different words. Actually, that's going to make you a bit more nervous if you don't know how to use those vocabulary words, right? So make sure you spend your time when you learn vocabulary words on how to use them in your language, because I'll guarantee you if you learn words and you go to talk to someone, you're going to forget half the words you learned. So remember that, and also remember to follow a structure when you are preparing for your speaking exam. We are launching our course. This course might work for you because it's gonna be taught in 7 days live, and it will be starting in November. So maybe before your exam, if you're interested, you can take it. Um, I really think having a structure is so important.
Sure, ma'am. I'll try to
Okay.
join your
Yes.
course.
Thank you so much, Ragib. Take care. We have somebody else on the line. Hello, Masoom. Let's see if he's around. Let's see. Hi, Masoom. If not, we will have to get back to him. It doesn't seem like he's at his desk. Um, we'll give him a minute. Hopefully he gets back. So guys, as I mentioned, these students have been doing a great job at answering all the different questions that they practice. Just remember that it's so important that when you are answering your questions, that you structure them properly so they come out clearly, and you are not over talking, you are not giving too much information, because remember that if you speak for too long, the examiner will actually tell you, okay, next question, let's move on. And that doesn't look so good. That's actually going to affect your band score. So you want to make sure you show the examiner that, yes, I am in control of what I am saying, and I know when to stop talking and not to talk too much. So the best rule of thumb is answer each questions in 3 sentences only, so that way you know what you're going to say in those 3 sentences and how you are going to end your discussion. And remember, in part two of the exam, when the examiner gives you that 1 minute to prepare your answer, write 3 points for each question you need to respond with. If you are able to write 3 points for each question you're going to respond with, this is the general rule of thumb of being able to speak for a full 2 minutes and you won't go over. Have control, guys. Show the examiner that you are that confident speaker. Sorry. And you know how exactly you can talk. So I really wanted to mention all these because I think it's important. You don't need to be that perfect native English speaker thinking that you need to have the perfect pronunciation. It is possible to score a band 7 and higher in IELTS speaking just using the right methods, the right techniques, guys. And I have helped hundreds of students use the right techniques and methods. My method has helped so many students score band 7 and higher in IELTS speaking. Make sure you check the description box down below so you could sign up for the waitlist of our IELTS Speaking Band 7 in 7 days course. We will be teaching this course live, and we have 7 different modules. So every day we are going to concentrate on one module. So the first module till the 7th module will be taught by me over Zoom. And not only that, best of all, I'm so excited to say that we actually have a 1 hour call after every module every week. So we can discuss what you need help with, what you don't understand, what you need clarification with. And I will be managing these calls, helping you. I think it's so important to offer a live component as well in my course. To be honest, I'm not so crazy over just selling digital courses because I want to get to know you. I want to help every single student individually and making sure that you are able to improve certain things. Maybe you have a difficult time with your pronunciation. Maybe you have lots of anxiety. Maybe you just feel scared every time you talk, or you hesitate every time you talk. These are normal feelings, but knowing how to overcome them, knowing how to help your challenges, this is the most important, guys. This is why I am telling you that you need to. Generic courses will not work for you because they don't concentrate on these things. All they concentrate on is, oh, here's a sample question, here's a mock test, just memorize it and you'll become better speaker. No, you won't, because when you face the examiner, you're actually going to be nervous as heck to answer these questions. You need to know how to use vocabulary words. You need to know how to overcome your anxiety and feelings of being scared and hesitating throughout your speech. And this is why my course is tailored for you, because I cover all these different aspects to help you throughout my course really level up your IELTS speaking day by day. We concentrate on each section, guys. So, guys, I want to thank everyone for joining me on today's live. If there's any questions, let me know in the chat box, or if anybody else would like to participate in the Q&A, or sorry, the speaking practice, I will give one more student a chance to answer the questions, and I am here. Please let me know. I am waiting. If not, we will end this live in a minute. And I wish you guys the best day. And Musa, it says that you'd like to join. Please make sure that you check the description box of the you're joining us from Facebook. So check the Facebook description box of the event. You will see a StreamYard link there where you click and you will be on the live. All right, let's see if Musa is able to join us. That would be great. If not, I really hope these lives are helping you guys, helping you improve in your English. Remember to practice your English every single day. This is the only way you will see improvement if you do something daily, guys. Some ways you can practice your English are maybe watching a podcast or listening to a podcast, reading an article, maybe joining a Facebook community group where you are able to exchange information or opinions with somebody related to topics you are interested in. So I hope the information I have provided you today has helped you guys. I wish you guys well. Take care. Make sure you subscribe to my channel just so you are updated on all the other lives that I put out on this channel. Guys, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Take care. Bye now. What is your name? My full name is Michael, but my friends call me Mike. So what should I call you? You can call me Mike. Can I see your passport? Yes, sure. Here you go. Where are you from? Well, I'm from Ontario, which is a province located in Canada. Where is your hometown? Well, my hometown is in Uzbekistan, but because I was born and raised in Canada, I consider Canada as my hometown. What is the name of the town where you come from? The hustle and bustle and beautiful scenic parks throughout the streets of Tashkent make me proud to say I am originally from there. Tashkent is the city where I come from. How long have you been living in your hometown? I was born and raised in Tashkent. I lived in Tashkent for 35 years and came to Canada 2 years ago. Describe your hometown. What is it like? Tashkent has a lot to offer and is the capital of Uzbekistan. First, the beautiful historic architecture of old monuments from the 17th century is stunning to see. The beauty of Uzbekistan is that it is known as one of the main routes that tradesmen would pass through on the Silk Roads. The magnificent palaces and greenery are something that everyone loves about Tashkent. Is your hometown big or small? The size of Tashkent in kilometers is no more than 400 kilometers, with Kazakhstan being on the west side and Kyrgyzstan being on the east side. What do you enjoy most about the town where you come from? The generosity and hospitality of the Uzbek people are something that can't be compared. Even if you ask a stranger in Uzbekistan for any sort of help, they are ready to help you like they are a family member. This is something I really appreciate most. What is one thing you find challenging in your hometown? One thing I found very challenging when living in Uzbekistan before I left in 2015 was its unstable internet. Although this may not be a big deal for some people, it made it hard for me to attend my classes throughout my university life. What has changed about your hometown since you last lived there? As I mentioned earlier, I struggled with the internet connection being stable when I left Tashkent. However, my sister who currently lives there told me there are many new internet providers who offer a better connection. If you can make any changes to your hometown, what would it be? One adjustment I would like to see is that Tashkent advertises itself to more tourism. The country recently made that change. However, it should be advertised more so everybody can know about and see the beautiful country. IELTS Speaking Part 2. The first question says, describe the town where you are originally from. You should say, what languages do people speak? One thing you like about your hometown, and one thing you dislike about your hometown. The beauty of my beloved country, Uzbekistan, has so much to offer to everyone. I am originally from the capital, known as Tashkent. There are many historic monuments in Tashkent, making it extra special that these structures are still standing from the 17th century. That being said, there is a wide range of languages spoken in Uzbekistan. Because of the Russian influence in the country, many Uzbeks speak the Russian language and other Turkic dialects. However, the main spoken language of Tashkent is Uzbek. One thing I really admire about Tashkent is its metro system. With the trains being known as one of the fastest of the world, each train station has so much architecture to offer. Each station was built with different historic artifacts to learn more about the different parts of Central Asia. That being said, there are not that many cons I can think of about Uzbekistan or Tashkent. But one thing we struggled with was the inconsistency of the electricity. There were many times we would have power outages throughout the day, which made it challenging to plan the day to cook or clean because I never knew when the electricity would be out. To wrap up, the history and people of Tashkent will always hold a special place in my heart, especially because they are very generous and hospitable. What are some improvements that can be made in your hometown? The many construction sites and road closures create lots of traffic in Tashkent, making it difficult for us to get around the city. Why do you think people want to stay in their hometown? Many locals in Tashkent don't plan to leave Uzbekistan because of the low cost of living and because of the comfort they have in their own country. Personally, I think people don't want to leave their hometown for other countries because of the same reason. What is one thing most people like about your hometown? Most people love the food of Uzbekistan. Not only is it cheap, but it's extremely delicious. Everyone knows about the fresh bread they can get for a few cents and the mouth-watering traditional beef and rice dish called palau. What are the advantages of knowing more than one language? There have been many studies done and research shows that people who are bilingual often have an added advantage throughout their academics, making it easy to solve problems in their lives. Do you think it's beneficial to grow up in a small town? I think growing up in a small town has many pros, especially because you know everyone and it's a tight-knit community. Everyone is able to look over your shoulder and help you in times of need. Why do you think people move to rural areas? Many people prefer to live away from city life mainly because of the traffic and the lesser population of people in rural areas. Growing up, it used to take my dad 40 minutes to drive me to school every morning in Tashkent because of the rush hour. What factors do people consider before moving to a different town? There are many aspects to consider before relocating. Some of these include availability of jobs in the town and maybe a special educational institute someone may prefer for their kids. What is one big festival that happens in your country? Every year, Uzbekistan holds one of the largest events in the country called Baisun Bahari. The festival brings together thousands of attendees that enjoy traditional Uzbek food, lots of dance performances, and professional matches. One thing I love about this event is that the location of the scenic views of being surrounded by mountains make it more enjoyable. Have you ever taken the IELTS exam?
Yeah, I took the IELTS exam.
Yes. Okay, so what did you think of the IELTS speaking section?
Like, according to me, it's an easy task if a new guy is going towards it.
Yeah.
Just the thing is, he should just watch over the news channels and just try to take it as a free thing. Don't take over stress over it.
Yes.
Because if you take it as a good thing and easy, you're gonna easily pass.
Yes.
And score good.
And what band score did you get for speaking in specific?
I got 7 from
7,
9.
awesome.
From 9, yeah.
Do you remember what type of questions you were asked?
The questions were general, and I was given tasks to speak over it, and it got a time limit. Then she only asked question about the task I spoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a task that you did in the past activity or what?
No, she gives you 10 chits.
Yes.
You need to just pick up one of them.
Okay.
And they were given a task, like you went to a park,
Oh,
suppose.
yes.
So what you did in the park.
Okay.
Just I'm gonna explain
Yes.
that thing for the 2 minutes or 3 minutes
Yes.
time limit.
Okay.
Then she gonna ask you the question.
Right.
And that's only the test.
Right. So I noticed a lot of students have a difficult time with feeling scared or nervous or hesitating in their speech. What advice could you give to other students to overcome these emotions or feelings?
If I am like a guy who is hesitating from the examiner who's going to take my exam,
Yeah.
I would say give a suggestion to a new buyer that you should take it as a friend.
Yes.
Because talking to a friend feels like you are his best buddy.
Yes, exactly. I think it's just going in there, telling yourself, this is a friend
Yeah.
and I can do well.
Yeah.
So,
It's all about your mind games, how you set your mind for the
yes, I totally can relate to that. So I'm just curious, what type of preparation did you do for speaking?
To be honest, when I was in high school, I used to do debates at my school.
Oh.
Yeah, that thing helped
In
me.
English?
Yeah, in English.
Okay, so that helped you build your confidence.
Yeah, that helped me
Yes.
build my confidence too well. And
Nice.
that's one thing that helped me out to get 7 marks.
Right.
It's all upon how bold you can speak among the bunch of people.
Yes, yes.
If there are a bunch of people, then you're gonna easily improve your speaking skills and
Yes,
your confidence.
yes, I agree. So you can definitely say that it's just building your confidence, your fluency, your limited vocabulary. So how did you build on your vocabulary?
Like vocabulary, I used to do idioms and phrases.
Okay.
I used to write paragraphs
Yes.
over it. I used to learn and then just build paragraphs over myself or somebody like topic
right,
going on
right.
the trending in these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
So did you take a course or some preparation?
No, I didn't take the course.
So you just your
Yeah,
everyday life
everyday
helped.
life helping things. Just before the test, I just took over the overlook how it's gonna be.
Yes.
And yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Any last minute advice you could give for speaking?
Last minute advice for my speaking gonna be that don't ever be nervous in front of your examiner. Because if you are nervous, then only you're gonna get deducted marks. Take it as your friend and be confident.
Thank
Not
you so much.
overconfident.
Yes, for sure.
My appellation is Akshpreet Singh Chandi.
Great. And
Yeah.
have you ever taken the IELTS exam?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
And so the IELTS speaking section, what did you find most challenging?
I think the discussion part was the most challenging.
Part 2.
Yeah, part 2. It was like, challenging.
Yes.
Because you have to come up with ideas that are not, that ordinary.
Yes.
So you have to come up with stories that can actually be good to the ears.
Yes.
So I thought that part was really challenging.
And do you remember what type of question you were asked in part, like any of the parts?
Yeah, I do. So for my introduction, the examiner asked me about my studies, my school, and why am I taking that particular subject in my high school.
Right.
And in part 2, he asked me about a cafe, which was popular in my hometown.
A cafe.
Yeah, a cafe. So I talked about an authentic Italian cafe that was
Right.
popular. So I described the whole scenario, that I went there, had a party, had a blast with my friends, all that stuff. And the next part, they talked about like the housing crisis, all that stuff, and some other more about cafes, the Italian cuisine, the difference between restaurant and a cafe. That was the most challenging part for me, because I have never thought that kind of question would come up.
Yeah.
Like I have to give a difference between a restaurant and a cafe.
Yes.
But I think I did well over
That's
there.
awesome. What
Yeah.
band did you get in speaking?
And speaking, I got 7.5.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And so what advice could you give to students who are looking to prepare for IELTS speaking? A lot of students struggle with this section.
Yeah, I think the only advice would be go on Netflix and watch some movies.
Oh.
Yeah, the best part to learn a language is you go to Netflix or any other platform. So you choose your favorite movie, which is in your own language.
Yes.
But try to listen it in English.
Yes.
That would really help you.
Very good advice.
Yeah.
So did you read any books or anything?
To be honest, I did, because I'm not like a book person.
Yeah.
I'm more of like a movie person.
Okay.
But yes, I did read some books. I'm a fan of Shakespeare.
Right.
So I read Romeo and Juliet, Merchant of Venice, and some Macbeth as well.
Nice.
But I read some other books, it was like a novel, not like a novel, it's like a biography about Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and of course Marie Curie.
Right.
That really helped me with my English.
Nice. Good to know. So any last minute advice you could give to students who are looking to improve their vocabulary, or maybe a lot of students feel hesitant in their speech because they're afraid and nervous?
Yeah, I think the only advice would be confident and be what you are. Don't try to be nervous, because try to have a normal conversation which you have with your friends.
Yes.
If you are not able to have that high vocabulary, that is completely fine.
Yes.
Just try to talk as normal as you can. The only thing which matters is your confidence and the eye contact which you make.
Yes, so
Yeah.
true.